never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. More auto workers could be on the picket lines by the end of the week.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain has set a new strike deadline. If significant progress isn't achieved in contract talks by noon on Friday, September 22nd, they will mobilize additional local unions to join the stand-up strike. Currently, the strike involves 3 auto plants, each representing one of the big 3 automakers. I'm John Schaefer.
Most Americans aren't confident in the country's political system. According to a new Pew Research Center poll, only 4% think the political system is working extremely or very well. Meanwhile, nearly 2/3 have little to no confidence in the figure of U.S. politics. Eagle Pass, a Texas border town, has enacted an emergency declaration due to the surge in illegal immigration. This past weekend alone, the southwest border saw over 35,000 arrests, averaging nearly 9,000 apprehensions per day. The San Diego-based sunglass company is making national headlines in college football. Terry Snyder with Blenders Eyewear in San Diego says the company has received a boost the last few weeks from their partnership with Hall of Famer and head coach of 19th-ranked Colorado, Deion Sanders.
The college football season has been insane for us so far, especially after we decided to partner with Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes as their preferred sunglass partner.
Coach Prime has been wearing a special version of Blender sunglasses, and during last week's nationally televised rivalry game against Colorado State, he was called out by the opposing coach for wearing them during interviews. Deion turned that into a marketing opportunity, buying Blenders for his whole team. Tomorrow night's Powerball jackpot, $672 million. This is USA News.
Hey, did you know Vistaprint prints everything a small business needs? Like if a barbershop needs signage, we print outdoor signs, posters, and banners. Or if a ballet school needs merch,
1, 2,
we print tote bags, t-shirts, hoodies, hats. Or if a coffee shop needs a total refresh,
latte for Mike?
Vistaprint designs logos and prints it on menus, mugs, paper bags, anything. Because with Vistaprint, the printabilities are endless. Print it all with 25% off for new customers with code NEW25 at Vistaprint.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The Marine Corps is suspending flights for 2 days after an F-35 disappeared for hours when a pilot ejected over South Carolina on Sunday. Debris from the plane was eventually found around 100 miles north of Charleston, but the incident has raised questions about how the military could lose a multi-million-dollar fighter jet. Spokesperson from Joint Base Charleston said the plane's transponder wasn't working, making it nearly impossible to track. Taylor Swift sends messages to fans on National Voter Registration Day.
Look what you made me do.
Taylor Swift is encouraging her fans to register to vote today, National Voter Registration Day. Swift raised awareness on Instagram, urging fans to use the powerful voices she's heard throughout the Eras Tour in this year's elections. The singer said it takes less than 2 minutes to register to vote on vote.org. Maine's largest serving senator says she'll wear a bikini on the Senate floor to protest the relaxed dress code of the chamber. Republican Susan Collins then clarified it was a joke and added her threat was a protest of Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's decision to suspend the Senate's dress code. Schumer changed the dress code, many think, to accommodate Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman, who wears a hoodie and gym shorts in the Senate building. He's been casting votes from the hallway in order to avoid breaking the former dress code rules. Dave Collins, USA News.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I do believe that is my cue. Time once again to kick it off. So let me say thank you so much. Welcome in, welcome aboard as we roll into midweek already. Hump Day coming on, right? What day is it? So we'll kick off a full 5 hours. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. All right, our secret bunker here, Southwest Ohio, where it's pretty much identical to where we were, say, 24 hours ago. Clear skies, 57 degrees, according to the International Airport. Hey, we're going to take a look out west. Not really seeing the frozen precip showing up on the radar just yet, but we could see some higher elevation snowfall tonight. We've actually got some freeze warnings in effect for south central Oregon and that northeast corner of California. Obviously higher elevations. Temperatures may be dropping as low as 27 degrees overnight. As well as spotty showers again, areas out west. Not a whole lot to write home about. We do have a couple of areas of stronger storms. One batch is kind of approaching the Dallas metro area. That is prompting, even at this late night hour, they had severe thunderstorm watches that kind of expired at 11 o'clock Central Time, midnight hour Eastern here, just a few minutes ago. But yeah, nonetheless, we do have an active severe thunderstorm warning. So some heavy rain's going to be pushing through the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Some additional showers extended up into southeastern Oklahoma. Then we have another batch of showers, thunderstorms. Rains will be pushing into Springfield, Missouri, and based on things moving kind of easterly, southeast, Fayetteville, Arkansas could see some of these stronger downpours over the next hour or so. As, yes, everything kind of pushing southeasterly along this frontal system. But here we are as we roll through the overnight hours, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Yeah, we've got this zone of low pressure that's dropping into western Washington, and conditions will indeed turn cold enough to start snowing in the northern Cascades. Snow levels expected to drop to about 6,000 feet. Risk for a bit of snow will then spread south and east into Oregon through the upcoming day. Snow levels slightly higher throughout the day here Wednesday. But by later on today, Seattle and Spokane, you're going to drop into the temperatures going the wrong direction. You're dropping through the middle to the lower 60s for your daytime highs. Temperatures continue to drop into the lower 50s. And we could even see some overnight lows later this week into the 40s. The core of the coldest air, mainly gripping areas of Washington and Oregon here through midweek. Freezing levels are going to fall to about 7,000 or 8,000 feet in some locations, even during the daytime hours. Parts of the Elkhorn Mountains and the Eagle Caps in the heart of the Wallowa Mountains may get some light accumulations overnight tonight. Some of the mountain summits, such as Sacagawea Peak in the Wallowa Mountains of northeast Oregon, Bora Peak in central Idaho. Some of those mountaintops that could see a few flakes here as we roll into midweek. Meanwhile, seeing as it is midweek already, we're looking ahead a little bit. This system we just discussed, emerging from the western U.S., could be the spark that ignites some severe weather later this week and into the start of the weekend. Yeah, by the time we get to Friday, the same feature responsible for the cooler conditions and the chance for some accumulating snow across the higher elevations begins to charge eastward out of the Rockies and will take shape over the Central Plains. That's going to trigger rounds of thunderstorms, some of which may be severe. An influx of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico is going to help fuel some of those storms, which can bring some drenching rainfall. Potent thunderstorms from southern South Dakota through Nebraska Friday before shifting into areas of Iowa, northern Missouri by Friday night. Primary risks associated on Friday will be hail and localized damaging winds. Some areas that could see some robust storms as the week comes to an end, from Lincoln, Nebraska to Omaha, Des Moines, Iowa, and Kansas City. Now, due to the time frame that this is moving across the region, it's not out of the question. Some of our outdoor activities, maybe some of the high school football games, could be delayed or canceled due to lightning. By Saturday, a more extensive corridor stretching from Minnesota to Oklahoma could be looking at some strong to severe storms as this storm slowly shifts eastward across the plains. Forecasters say the zone where these storms are expected to develop, not typical for this time of year. I mean, when you head into early autumn, not very common to see severe weather reaching into the north central states. Typically, if strong to severe weather develops across the plains in September, it's more toward the south central states. So travelers out there will encounter reduced visibility at times in some of those heavy downpours. Air travel may be impacted across some of the main metro areas with the risk of storms with gusty winds, hail, and intense downpours. We may be looking at some of our college football games, like Louisiana Tech and Nebraska, taking place at Memorial Stadium there in Lincoln, Nebraska, Saturday afternoon. May be disrupted by some thunderstorms. Also, the University of Central Florida Knights will be taking on Kansas State Saturday evening in Manhattan, Kansas. Storms moving across that region may impact some of the tailgating activities prior to that game, the way things are looking right now. But, of course, many areas across the plains are facing some degree of drought conditions, from moderate to exceptional drought in some locations. Cities like Lincoln, Nebraska, and Minneapolis have only had about 70% of their typical rainfall so far this year. Month after month, many spots across the plains have kind of underachieved with respect to rainfall. As we know, the Mississippi River right now is running close to historically low levels for a second consecutive year. Even though the gauges along the river reached their seventh highest crest in recorded history back in May, where we had flooding rainfall. Now the low river levels are resulting in some transportation challenges. Farmers across the central states preparing for the fall harvest season, struggling as they try to transport the crops, the soybeans, the corn, down river. Local farmers that rely on the Mississippi to ship their products to the Gulf of Mexico are encountering high transportation prices. Maybe some of this rain will be beneficial, although the thunderstorms that are expected to spread across the plains may bring some travel disruptions. Any rain across the plains will prove beneficial for those river levels and the drought conditions in that region of the country. So there you go. Breakdown of what do we see as we get things underway here on a Wednesday. There you go. Philly Dan, first on board out of the box. I see that camel there. Hump day. Hello to Lawrence, who says, good morning, Steve. Marianne is in the house. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Statesville, North Carolina. 62 degrees at this hour. We are Columbus bound. Good morning to the Dipsy driver. Hello to the best informed audience. Clear, a little chilly here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. I'd like to take a moment to thank all the men and women behind the wheel, those brave behind the badge, and those who have worn or are wearing those fantastic U.S. military uniforms. As always, please stay safe out there. Have a great hump day. Good afternoon. That must be Larry, right? Hammer down and be safe. 54 degrees in Poughkeepsie, New York. It is round 2 to Schenectady, New York. I'm going to head over to the app at this point in time. All right, thanks for checking in, though. First out of the box there, Larry Bidu is on board. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Pappy, what day is it? What day is it? 58 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, and hang on tight to them reins. The horse is bucking tonight. Dig in them spurs and let it ride. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? And by the way, come on, birthday suits for Congress. Come on, man, who's got a pair? Oh, boy, that would be a sight, wouldn't it? Lord help us. Hello to Scott. Good morning from Hicksville, Ohio. And, of course, copy the mail. There's 5-7. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 66 degrees, Oakwood, Illinois. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded with Virginia steers on a high-speed trip to the top secret location in western Nebraska. Live action continues. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock World Headquarters. Speaking of Carolina Monkey Gouger, aren't we into the middle of week 3? Haven't heard from him in a coon's age. Where you at there, Monkey Gouger? Gotta be rolling this week. Buckeye Boy, here we are, Ackworth, Georgia, 63. Busy day in the office, getting schedules worked out for the next few weeks. I did get my truck serviced. Put in my Stiction Eliminator. I do that every 6 months. I also explained to my mechanic what a great product it is. The Diesel Extreme and the Everyday Diesel Treatment. Going to be placing an order shortly for some more, along with some products for the gas engines. Thank you so much for supporting our sponsor there. Buckeye Boy, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. There's Gilligan on board. Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. The moonlight getting a bit brighter night by night. It's a cool night, 58 in Troutville, Virginia. Keep it shiny, sign up. All right, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. right, there's our friend north of the border. Steve checks in from Ottawa. Good to have you with us there, Steve. I had a story from north of the border. We all remember the Freedom Convoy, right? During the height of the pandemic, protesting lockdowns, COVID mandates. Apparently, a court in Alberta, Canada, has sentenced Pastor Arthur Pawlowski to 60 days in prison for a speech to the Freedom Convoy truckers in February of 22, in which he supported their protest against the repressive lockdown, the vaccine, and other mandates. Pawlowski, who first rose to prominence for expelling Canadian police from his church for trying to shut down an Easter service in 2021, he faced multiple charges, including mischief, which is a crime in Canada, and violating the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act. That charge suggested that his speaking to protesters along the Alberta-Montana border was an attack on the province's road infrastructure as he encouraged them to continue their ongoing blockade, demanding lifting of the COVID-related mandates there. Prosecutors were looking for 10 months in prison time on the grounds that he's publicly and repeatedly denied having any remorse for his vocal opposition to the lockdowns. To which he says, "I'm not ashamed of what I did. If I had a chance to do it again, I would do it again gladly." Now, he was speaking to a crowd of supporters after that conviction came down earlier this week. The judge reserved a conviction on the charges of attacking infrastructure. Now, his defense challenging the CIDA as unconstitutional, and proceedings regarding that law are ongoing. But he did find the pastor guilty of mischief and breaching a release order back in May. The 60-day sentence handed down on Monday includes time served, so he technically walked out of the court free, but with a criminal conviction now on his record. Apparently, a period of incarceration is required in order to achieve the objections of denunciation and deterrence, according to the judge. Okay. North of the border. 60 days for just, well, I would say freedom of speech or not. And the charge of mischief. Never heard of such a thing. All right, so either way, thanks for being with us there north of the border. Kentucky Ken, good morning, overnight drive crew. All loaded up. We should be rolling out within the hour. We'll be running New Jersey to Indianapolis for the next show, which is 2 days away. But Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, hello to Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. The overnight crew, 58 degrees in my little area of the Bluegrass State tonight. Everybody have a great day, stay safe, and as always, be blessed out there. Hello to Evan. Morning, Steve, from Wapusa, Michigan tonight. There you go. All right, good to have y'all on board. Who gets to be first out of the box? Phone lines are up and running. It's 844-844-3388. All right, got the latest numbers, prices at the pump. Well, we've got ProMiles, the Energy Information Administration. Let's start with AAA, though. AAA reported the retail average price per gallon of diesel at $4.57 for September the 18th. A week ago, the average was $4.47, so up a dime. A month ago, AAA reported $4.34 for a gallon of diesel. 1 year ago, it was $4.96. Highest recorded retail average came in at $5.81 a gallon back in June of 2022. The Energy Information Administration September 18 report shows prices a bit higher at $4.63 per gallon. So that's the national average this past week, just 33 cents less than a year ago. But they showed another week of large increases in the western portions of the country. California saw the highest jump, a 22-cent per gallon jump. A 16-cent increase reported in the West Coast region as a whole. Even the Gulf Coast saw its average up by 14 cents. So looking at some of the numbers, according to the September short-term energy outlook, the Energy Information Administration is forecasting the national diesel average to be $4.31 per gallon for the year when all is said and done. But, the U.S. as a whole up just over 9 cents a gallon this past week at $4.63. In the New England area, $4.58 per gallon. The Midwest at $4.49 now. Higher as you head out west, the Rocky Mountain region at $4.86. The West Coast averaging $5.69 per gallon. And look at California with the 22-cent hike in the past week. You are paying $6.19 per gallon there in California. Wow.
USA News Update. More auto workers could be on the picket lines as early as Friday.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain has set a new strike deadline if significant progress isn't achieved in contract talks by noon on Friday, September 22nd. They will mobilize additional local unions to join the stand-up strike.
Ukrainian President Zelensky says Russia has no right to hold nuclear weapons. He addressed the UN General Assembly earlier today as his country continues to fight against Russia's invasion. Zelensky said Russia should have been forced to give up its nuclear weapons in the 1990s. Gas prices are at a 2023 high. AAA said Monday that the national average for regular gas is $3.88 per gallon. It's a 5-cent jump over the past week as nearly a dozen states now average $4 a gallon or higher. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, how about a UAW update? Not a whole lot new over the past 24 hours. We already knew as of last night that things may expand come Friday. That was the video statement late on Monday. Shawn Fain said more factories will join. Those on the picket line as we enter day 6 at this point, right? It's day 6. We're not going to keep waiting around forever, as he put it. All right, Ford, General Motors, Stellantis said they want to settle the strike. They held back from directly criticizing that threat of an escalation. The North American Chief Operating Officer of Stellantis, Mark Stewart, said the company's still looking for common ground. I hope we're able to do that by Friday. He said this past day, GM issued a statement, we're continuing to bargain in good faith to reach an agreement as quickly as possible. Ford spokeswoman said this past day, negotiations continue. Didn't really offer any additional details. Now, we did get an update late Tuesday. The Canadian union, Unifor, said they had reached a tentative agreement with Ford to avert that midnight strike, which would have been 5,600 workers, which would have taken engines manufactured for Ford out of the supply chain. So I suppose that was a good update from Canada. Unifor opened negotiations on August 10 before they narrowed the discussions to Ford as the target company on August the 29th. The union will seek to use the Ford deal as kind of the pattern, as they put it, for the General Motors and Stellantis workers there in Canada. So a bit of a different strategy there. Now, the Biden administration reversing a plan to send the acting Labor Secretary Julie Su and senior advisor Gene Sperling to Detroit this week to meet with both sides. Last week, the president publicly backed the UAW and said the officials could possibly play a positive role. But they did say they now believe, since negotiations are still ongoing, it's probably most productive for Sperling and Su to continue their discussions from D.C., allow the talks to move forward. Fain kind of discounted the need for any help from D.C., saying this battle is not about the president. And even some Democrats opposed the White House getting involved. I do not believe the president himself should intervene like he did in the railroad strike with these talks. He should not be at the table, according to Representative Debbie Dingell. Of course, her district includes part of southeast Michigan. Now, layoffs are starting to occur at other locations as the strike crimps some of the supply chain. In Toledo, 12 different shops that supply the Jeep plant where UAW's striking have laid off more than 1,600 workers, according to the president of the local union there, Northeast Ohio. More than half will get state unemployment benefits, while workers at 2 companies located inside the Jeep plant have been approved for payments from the union strike fund. But they can't picket because they're not on strike. GM warned the strike in Wentzville near St. Louis could force that company to idle their assembly plant in Kansas City. Now, this past day, the company said they expected to keep production going for at least one more day, which that would be today. Looks like that may be shuttered come Thursday. Now, the automakers normally provide supplemental or partial pay for workers who were idled because of supply chain problems, but Ford and GM have said they will not do that this time because the shutdowns are being caused by a strike. Now, the union argues that these layoffs are a choice by management, but the union's ability to challenge the change in policy, we just don't know right now. We had talked about that last evening. United States Steel Corporation said it was temporarily idling one of the blast furnaces in Granite City, Illinois. That's an indication the company expects the strike to reduce demand for steel. There's about 1,450 workers at that site, most of them represented by the United Steelworkers. But the company said many workers will not be affected by the furnace shutdown. There's the area's congresswoman there said U.S. Steel was using the strike as an excuse to idle the furnace. Efforts to blame this on the United Auto Workers strike, she says, is a shameful attempt to pit the working people against one another. There's a parts supplier, CIE Nucor, told Michigan officials that it expects a 1-month closure of 4 plants in the state to start October 2nd. That would idle about 300 workers. Jose Munoz, president and chief operating officer of the South Korean car maker Hyundai, told reporters this past day in Atlanta that auto parts makers would be disrupted by a long strike here. Those problems can hurt production at non-union automakers, not just the big 3, he said. The way the supply chain works today, everything is interconnected. It's very difficult to have one supplier that's working only with one, say, auto manufacturer. So in one way or another, we will see disruptions in the supply chain, which may impact other companies over time. All right, we already know the background, what the wage increase is, more than 30% over 4 years. That's the demand from the UAW. So talks continue, but yeah, the trickle-down effects, the domino effects will continue to affect others around the country. So that's what we learned over the past day. Hello, Scarecrow. What's happening? Hump Day?
Well, where's Gouger? See, what we have going here is the overnight drive version of Where's Waldo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking it was about a week ago this time. I put the question to him. You plan on return to any work anytime soon? All I got out of him was a maybe. That's the last anybody's heard from him that I'm aware. Nobody else is fessing up.
Yeah.
I have thought there's one possibility here, as far-fetched as it is. The last time he was on, if not right before that, he was talking about hatching this scheme of cornering the market on Bud and Bud Light. Remember, he was going to get in touch with Inbred Redneck for some advice and such, and really make a killing, as he put it.
I recall that conversation.
Now, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, last week there, or the last time that I heard Inbred Redneck on there, he was totally quiet about that. I expected to hear a little something, but so now the question is Redneck, is he laying in the weeds on this too, or did Gouger decide to go at it on his own, and he is making that killing, and now he's sitting back there, watching the bankroll just grow and grow and grow. As they say, it's one possibility here, but that's my thoughts on it. I was hoping to be able to put this over the airwaves when he was listening, so he could at least stand up and fess up and speak for himself, But and maybe he will surprise us and chime in after a while here. But that's that anyway. I'm not even gonna pretend, Steve, that I'm gonna win that Powerball tomorrow night. That last big one was $1 billion plus. I was so confident I was gonna fall into that I only spent $2 on a single ticket on that. Well, that didn't pan out so well either. So I don't know what my investment is going to amount to tomorrow night, but you can probably figure on hearing from me maybe Thursday or so that I'm not going to turn in my retirement papers yet on this one. And then on a serious note here, we're going to get tired of hearing about that missing F-35 and such. But the questions there I started dwelling on this, a little bit ago here, and what caused him, that pilot, to eject, given that the plane was still able to continue on for, 30 miles?
It was more like it was, I believe, 80 miles from where he ejected to where it came down in a wooded area. 80 miles.
Yeah, what was so traumatic, I don't know what other word I'm looking for, that would cause him to feel that he had to bail like that, given that, there's another question there. Did he set it on autopilot at that moment? I can't imagine that they would have been, just practicing on autopilot, given there was the two of them. But like I say, there's just more questions that kind of keep coming up here. That in the autopilot, it's going to maintain or attempt to maintain that given altitude. Did it finally start, dropping down?
Mm-hmm.
It certainly didn't run out of fuel in that short distance, but we can put a tongue in cheek here. Was there something to stow away? Was there a recluse spider that scared the heck out of him? Snake, or maybe an alien, like in the Alien movies with Sigourney Weaver and that escape capsule. Maybe we'll never get the true answers about it, but right now it certainly has a lot of the public, questioning what the world took place. And likewise, that the second plane, I can only guess that he probably looped around to keep an eye on, see exactly where, the one that bailed out, where he fell to earth, so to speak. I guess that would be the priority over where the plane was, going and such. But so either way, I guess we'll be hearing more in the future. Wait for the next shoe to fall. That's all I got for you at the moment here, Steve. I'm sure the calls are lining up as we speak. So
all
right.
You
later. Thank you.
Good to have you with us here. Yeah, get on board at 844-844-3388. Yeah, interesting that he brought up. Yeah, Rubber Duck actually brought up, he kind of alluded to kind of a conspiracy theory, as he put it. about the potential of being able to maybe hack into the plane. There's more truth than fiction to that. It's not apparently all that conspiratorial at all. And I'll share more on that coming up here. What are we talking about? Now, ABC News, of course, reported that the military ground teams found parts and debris near Indiantown Road, Florence County, South Carolina. Now, this location where the debris and parts were found is roughly 80 miles from where officials say the pilot ejected near North Charleston Sunday. According to the local ABC affiliate, locals in the area mentioned hearing a low-flying fighter jet Sunday, followed by a loud bang. As we know, the military has called for a 2-day halt of all aircraft, both domestically and internationally. The developments in this story become a little bit more bizarre with each passing day. But as Crow just mentioned, what remains the big mystery is why the pilot ejected. Now, we'll pick up there after this. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When Rubber Duck suggested, could hackers actually get into an F-35, I'm thinking, well, this is the most expensive weapon system ever built by the U.S. military. Certainly not. I would have, that thought would have been incorrect. As we now see a report from the Government Accountability Office 4 years ago warned the $80 million aircraft system provided a back door for hackers. The jet operates on Lockheed Martin's Autonomic Logistics Information System, ALIS for short, which Watchdog said can be infiltrated by malware that spoofs the system to stealthily feed false information, taking perfectly serviceable aircraft out of service. Meanwhile, a report by a government watchdog warned the F-35's weapons systems could be overtaken by relatively simple tools and techniques. Got to be kidding. Now, Lockheed Martin was tight-lipped on Monday about the crash, but said in a statement, "We are aware of the mishap involving an F-35B from Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort. We're thankful the pilot ejected safely. We are supporting the government's investigation." That don't tell us much. Of course, the military has not shared details about the cause of the incident. But that 2019 report does shed a bit of light on the flaws plaguing the Department of Defense's most expensive weapons system. This watchdog group, POGO, released a report in 2019 showing that nearly every software-enabled weapon system tested between 2012 and 2017 can be hacked, including the F-35. Let's flip over to the Daily Mail. Yeah, despite years of patches and upgrades, the F-35's most combat-critical computer systems continue to malfunction, including the ALIS, maintenance and parts ordering network, the data links that display, combine, and exchange target and threat information among fighters and intelligence sources, according to the agency. Now, the question being asked now, there's some speculation. This is the online, the rumors. Could China be behind the mishap? American Military News asked the Marine Corps this past day if China or any unknown foreign actor was involved in this. They simply said the mishap is currently under investigation. The Department of the Navy has well-defined process for investigating aircraft mishaps. We are unable to provide additional details to preserve the integrity of the investigatory process. That was the word from the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing spokesperson. Now, they did say, as in previous years, cybersecurity testing shows that many previously confirmed F-35 vulnerabilities have not been fixed, meaning that enemy hackers could potentially shut down the ALIS network, steal secret data from the network and the onboard computers, and perhaps prevent the F-35 from flying or from accomplishing its missions. Wow. U.S. military officials, of course, Monday confirmed the F-35 was discovered in South Carolina, several hours northeast of JB Joint Base Charleston. They did say, "We'd like to thank all our mission partners, as well as local, county, and state authorities for their support through the search as we transition to the recovery phase." And apparently the discovery after military officials had actually asked the public, as we know, to help locate the darn thing. All right, it is 844-844-3388. I don't know. That'd be very concerning if foreign actors would be able to hack into the systems. All right, what do we got? A couple minutes, we'll hit news break here. 5-7 on board. And, of course, plenty of room for you there. There we go. It's 844-844-3388. Can't help but almost laugh at this clip that was posted online via CDL Life, showing a truck driver that got a bit of a lesson on the basics of truck driving safety from a passing motorist. In the video that was released, a man in a car is passing a tractor trailer that's apparently broken down on the right shoulder of the highway. The truck driver has his flashers on and seems to understand that he's supposed to put out triangles, but he doesn't apparently know how. I don't think he knows how to use them, the motorist says. They actually had him kind of propped up, leaning against the back tire behind the mud flap. Like, okay, that's... The motorist, you see them knocking on the driver's door and offering a lesson on how to properly open and set out the triangles. Video ends with the motorist then driving off, waving. And obviously in the video, the individuals in the truck were not, say, born in the USA, speaking the English. They had no idea. That's safety out there on the highways. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. White House officials won't be heading to Detroit to help with labor negotiations after all. President Biden said last week that Labor Secretary Julie Su and Senior Advisor Gene Sperling would go to Detroit to give support as the United Auto Workers and companies try to work out a deal. But according to a statement, the White House says it's most productive for the two to continue discussions from Washington, D.C. instead. One prison escapee is back in custody while the search continues for another. John Fink has this story.
The California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation says one of the two women who walked out of a transitional reentry facility over the weekend has been caught in Orange County. Corrections agents say 32-year-old Janelle Rice has been arrested in Stanton. The second woman, 31-year-old Diana Sanchez, remains on the loose. Anyone with information on her whereabouts is urged to notify law enforcement.
President Biden says only Russia is able to end the war in Ukraine immediately. In his address to world leaders at the UN General Assembly today, Biden said the United States and its allies around the world will continue to stand with Ukraine. The president will return to the White House Thursday to host Ukrainian President Zelensky. Federal prosecutors are announcing new charges after the tragic death of a 1-year-old boy at a Bronx daycare after he was exposed to deadly fentanyl. U.S. Attorney Damian Williams says they're still looking for the daycare owner's husband.
We're not going to give up. We're going to get him.
The daycare owner and her tenant are now being charged with narcotics possession and intent to distribute, resulting in death. While 4 children were suffering from the effects of fentanyl poisoning, the daycare owner's husband left with 2 full shopping bags in an effort to cover up what happened. The first hearing in the impeachment inquiry of President Biden will be held by the House next week. The House Oversight Committee said it will focus on constitutional and legal questions surrounding the president's involvement in corruption and abuse of public office. This is USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Consult your healthcare provider before use. Introducing Vinia, a breakthrough superfood with a full matrix of polyphenols from the red grape. Enjoy the health benefits of a bottle of red wine, minus alcohol, sugar, and calories. In a clinical trial, Vinia significantly increased the dilation of arteries. This dilation increases your blood flow and the delivery of oxygen and nutrients to your brain, hearts, and other tissues, supporting heart health and improving your physical energy and mental alertness. Use code RADIO to get 10% off your first order at ordervinia.com. That's ordervinia.com. Ordervinia.com. Vinia, better blood flow, better life.
Amazon is ramping up its holiday hiring this year. The e-commerce giant plans to add 250,000 seasonal workers to its temporary workforce and is giving hourly warehouse and delivery workers a pay bump. The holiday hiring follows Monday's announcement of a second Prime Day in mid-October. A new study shows working from home is good for the environment. Researchers say it could cut your carbon footprint in half by reducing power consumption and avoiding the daily commute, among other key factors. Findings appear in the journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Science of the U.S. A Florida father is facing charges after his toddler accidentally shot and killed his other child. Rick Hoschel has more.
Jevin Randall is accused of leaving a loaded firearm around his two one-year-old kids at a Tallahassee apartment earlier this month. The 20-year-old Randall told police he'd just finished bathing his sons when he heard a loud noise from the other room. He took his son to a nearby hospital where he later died. Randall reportedly had the gun as a precaution because a group of masked men were walking around his complex with a firearm the day before. This was the fifth accidental shooting reported in the county this month.
Folk singer Roger Whittaker is dead at the age of 87. The British singer-songwriter's website confirmed his passing today. Whittaker was famous for his expert whistling and hits, including Durham Town, The Leavin', and Last Farewell. That's the latest. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2. Here we go. Well, in the college football world, are you with me, Big Ed? With this whole Colorado thing. Deion Sanders, prime time, right? According to Barstool Sports, what is happening at Colorado cannot be overstated. Deion Sanders has turned a program that was a national afterthought just a season ago into one that is actually setting viewership records. Yeah, for the game against Colorado State this past weekend, Saturday night's game peaked at 11.1 million viewers. That is just shy of the average viewership of this year's NBA Finals. And apparently this game didn't end till like 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, Colorado's game this week on the road against Oregon is going to be a tall task without Travis Hunter. But if they somehow find a way to win that one, the following Saturday against USC in Boulder will be unlike anything you've ever seen. He says, I don't even know what number I'd venture to guess in terms of viewership, but I'd be fairly surprised if it didn't threaten 15 million, again, assuming Colorado's still undefeated. Regardless, the Buffs are almost certainly destined for a bowl berth at a minimum in Coach Prime's first season. And they have a sideline that looks like a mix of the Grammys and the Pro Football Hall of Fame every week. Somehow, Boulder has become the epicenter of American sports. And in this little commentary piece, he says, I'd say Colorado made the right hire. How about that? Big time. But yeah, I mean, that kind of viewership at that late hour is quite impressive. What's going on, 5-7?
God, debris filled my butt. The government's just trying to cover up their mishap. What I'd say is Monkey Gouger was probably fishing in the swamp, Well, our nation's waterways are covered just like the law of the sea. He probably ran across the things there in about knee-high water sitting there. Because, they say them things will fly themselves, so no doubt they probably land themselves and take off too. So he's probably currently flying around using that fancy ground-penetrating radar to find fish.
Oh, boy.
Hey, they can't find the thing on radar. They can't track the doggone thing. So you listen, the law of the sea says if something's abandoned, if you find a vessel or a craft that is abandoned, the cargo, the ship, everything, the vessel is that who found it. It's just plain and simple. So Monkey Gouger ain't doing nothing wrong. He's got him an F-35. Them things sort of hover,
Yeah, right.
Take off, hover. So, of course, it don't have a canopy on it, so you can't fly it over 10,000 feet. But who needs it? He's flying around the swamps down here and he's trying to cover up himself. Says he's out west somewhere. No, what's the most important thing for Monkey Gouger? Fish. So he got himself a fish finder. What do you think? Multi-billion-dollar fish finder. So,
oh boy, stranger things have happened, right?
Hey, it makes more sense, doesn't it? They claim, debris field. That's like in 1947. You know how the government can, if they can make a debris field disappear, they can make a debris field appear. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just have to wait for Monkey Gouger to own up to his new fish finder. That's all I got to say. And I've held on that long just to say that, but it's worth it. All right, it be 5-7. We'll sit back and copy the mail unless we got something else.
All right.
And let's relieve horse feathers from duty here. We'll just say, what day is it? What day is it?
Oh, boy. All right. Yeah. Hey, it is a hump day. 5-7, over and out. Hello to Steve. Jeff says hello to Steve from New York City. There you go. Get it right here. Ready for a stimulating, informative show. Yeah, you kind of set the bar high there, don't you, Jeff? Hello, Eskimo Mom. Happy Hump Day Monday, whatever day it is. I'm doing a Lexington drop and hook for that first run tonight, since it's now typical Tuesday. Yeah, clearing 64 on I-75 in Kentucky. Everyone have a good night and be safe out there. Thank you very much. I got an email from No Handle Dave, who said, Steve, I was listening to Kentucky Ken on last night's show, talking about his experience with New York City, and I just had to laugh. Yeah, I was born and raised a couple hours north of the secret bunker there in East Central Indiana. Moved to Eastern Pennsylvania with my ex-wife. I was in my early 20s. Started working at a warehouse while I was their yard jockey, and I had to get my CDL because I crossed a public roadway. I decided to move on to get a driving job about a year later, and my very first driving job was going into the city, delivering pet supplies. My area was Queens, the Bronx, and one stop in Manhattan, which was actually Harlem. The run was every Tuesday. I did 2 trips with my trainer. Third week, I got set loose on my own. Now, remember, I'm just a little hillbilly from Indiana, so let's just say I seen a whole new world I'd never seen before. I also learned real fast how to drive a truck since I'd only ever driven one other time on the road in a tractor trailer. All my other experience was driving in the manufacturing plant, the warehouse, where I was a yard jockey. Talk about getting thrown to the wolves. Yeah, you learn mighty fast. If you don't drive like they do, you're not going to get very far. I couldn't wait to get off that road because just like Kentucky Ken, it just wasn't my cup of tea. Moved on to an LTL company running in New Jersey. I know I'm a little late, but all the talk a few weeks ago about September 11 made me want to share my experience. I was training another driver that day in central and east central New Jersey. Every stop we went to, we would try to get information on what was happening. And if they had a TV, we'd try to catch some of the footage that day. Yeah, we were driving up the New Jersey Turnpike and was able to look out to the east and see the smoke coming from the towers. That was a sight I'll never forget, along with not seeing any planes headed into Newark Airport. Anyway, just wanted to share some of my stories since I'm not able to call in. I'm just glad I get to listen on the podcast since I'm driving solar right now. Thanks for all you do and stay safe, everybody. All right. He said, do you know anything? What happened on I-70 today in Indiana? East, I-70 East, 137 exit Wayne County. My wife was talking about all the traffic on our little country road from everybody trying to detour. I checked out Google Maps and it was shut down for quite a lengthy amount of time. Big time backups in both directions. I'll have to do a little search on that. Not familiar with what was going on there. Oh, he said, one more thing. For Jelly Bean Giant out there. I've got the Blue Parrot 650 he was talking about, and really haven't been pleased since I bought it. The volume isn't loud enough on calls. I have a hard time getting calls answered, and the headset to actually pick up. Now, this may be a rarity, but I've always had good luck with the Blue Parrot that I've had in the past. Haven't had this one very long, and I already want to get a different model. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out there, let him know about my experience with the 650. So there you go, Jelly Bean. Now you know. See what's going on with Pappy here on a Wednesday. What's happening?
What's going on, Steve? I think 5'7" might be on to something here, man. What happened to the two-time world champion manure hauler? He just up and disappeared, man.
Missing in action is the word, right? I mean, yeah, we're on, I think, week number 3 now.
Yeah. Man, I hope he ain't got nothing to do with that disappearing F-35. Holy moly. Listen, Steve, did you get, I sent you a screenshot of SoFred. It's a military publication. Did you get that? It was a couple days ago. Maybe I did yesterday, a couple days ago. I don't know. It was about China on the move.
That one's not ringing a bell. I don't know.
I'll resend you a screenshot of it. They were talking about China's largest number of aircraft and ships warships.
Yeah.
Massive amount that was heading towards Taiwan and just stopped in the short of the Straits of Taiwan. They had an article there in it. Steve, could you imagine if the Chinese were able to hack in to the software of this F-35? Could you just imagine? If China makes a move, Bongino was talking about this. Here's what's going around.
Mm-hmm.
China makes a move, right? U.S.-based carriers launch a couple squadrons of F-13s. Once they get airborne and on their way, all the pilots get ejected out of the aircraft. Who said that pilot ejected, Steve? It's asking questions here, man.
So you're saying
why did that?
Who said? And now even ABC said the biggest question. I mean, because the pilot is alive, he's been released from the hospital. Obviously, they're holding discussions, but you think they would make it public knowledge that he said, "I didn't eject"? What the hell?
No. Trust me, man. Steve, could you just picture just flying along and boom,
what the hell happened?
Ejection sheet goes up.
Yeah.
And then the transponders don't work neither.
Yeah, right.
Because obviously, like 5-7 said, you can't track this aircraft. And they're not working? I'm not saying this is what happened, but this is a possibility, Steve.
Well,
and
I mean,
if this possibility...
24 hours ago, I would have thought, when Rubber Duck brought that up, hacking in, like I said, I thought, no way, and you know what, that they would be able to, foreign actors. But now, I mean, with the report and the Government Accountability Office saying that they've had issues and they know these systems can be hacked relatively easily, and they've known for years now, that would definitely raise the prospect of a distinct possibility.
We had a couple naval personnel arrested not that long ago for spying for China. Infiltrated into the United States Navy. I mean, could you just imagine if China was sending a message to the United States? Don't try to launch these aircraft. We got your number.
Right.
Any squadron sent to intercept us is going to turn into a rescue mission on your part. Holy moly, Steve. This just boggles the mind, man. You want to hear something else that boggles the mind? Tell me if you caught this. There's a local Fox News affiliate in Missouri ran a story, and the Fox National News picked up on it. Steve, are you sitting down there?
I indeed, I'm sitting down. This must be good.
I don't have you on the screen. So apparently the U.S. government, U.S. Army, back in 1950s, sprayed U.S. citizens unknowingly and unwillingly with radiation particles. In Missouri, and not just in one city, but several cities around the country. Can you just think, Steve, when we talk about what are these people capable of? And to find out that they had to acknowledge it and said, well, yeah, we done it, but it was harmless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when was this? When did this take place, you say?
It was either the day before yesterday or yesterday.
So not something like back in the 1950s. This is like right now.
Oh, yes. I mean, I thought you were talking about when the story came out.
Okay, yeah, when it occurred, yeah.
The story just came out yesterday or the day before. But this occurred back in the mid-50s.
Okay, that's
after World War II.
Okay.
Apparently, they wanted to spray the public, and a lot of the locations where they'd done this, Steve, they put these machines blowing this like nanoparticles of radioactivity on top of buildings in the lower income districts of these cities. They were spraying them with aircraft flying over these cities. They had trucks driving through the streets of these cities spraying this stuff. And they claimed they wanted to test the effects of radiation on human beings. I guess possibly in case of a nuclear war.
Mm-hmm.
This is, during the Cold War.
Absolutely.
But to think that they actually did this without nobody's knowledge. Unbelievable. If you look up, I'll see if I can find, I should have wrote it down, the news affiliate, the local news affiliate there in Missouri. Their channel or numbers or whatever, like WXIX or whatever, you might be able to, I'm sure you can Google it. Apparently Fox National News played that local news report. Unbelievable, man. Steve, if they did that back in the 50s, what are they willing to do in our day and age?
Right.
Some of the things that we weren't allowed to talk about. If you talked about it, you got banned. What the hell did they put in these dang on shots, Steve?
We're not allowed to question that.
Yeah, we're not allowed to question it. That's all I'll say about it. I mean, we had a conversation, I don't know if you remember this, about a year ago over the telephone. I'll refresh your memory if you can't remember. Off air. Right. About these vaccines and what's going on with them. Why are people getting sick? Steve, I hate to beat a dead horse, man, or a dead drum, but daggone, man, I'm telling you, listen to me, man. Stock up on food and water. Cigarettes. Skull busters.
All right.
Listen, folks, even if you don't smoke, get yourself a couple cartons of cigarettes, man. That's a heck of a bartering.
The bartering
right there,
system,
man.
right? You're going back to the bartering system. Yeah, I mean, we're worth their weight in gold, right?
Steve, let me ask you something. I mean, if things really get really, really crazy and goes really south, which, chances are probably slim things get that bad, but it's a possibility. I mean, a lot of movies, seems like Hollywood's on top of all this. a lot of these movies that we saw in the past seem to come true. What about Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome?
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey,
how much science fiction we grew up with is actual today reality? It's incredible.
Yes, I mean, what good is if Steve, I could have, briefcases filled full of $100 bills, a couple $1 million in cash laying around. What good is that going to do you? Other than that you can use it to maybe start a fire.
Mm-hmm. And who was it that said, when push comes to shove, they always say, gold, gold, gold. Well, when you're hungry, I don't know how much nutritional value gold has, but,
Yeah. If things get that bad, what good are these gold bars going to do you, man? Hopefully, and my point here is, if you can hunker down, have enough supplies to last where things start to become normal again, the supply line starts to move again. Because if our God-loving truck drivers aren't able to roll, I think they said the average grocery store, Steve, has a supply in like 2 or 3 days. In 3 days, that store is completely empty.
Wiped out. Yep.
If them trucks aren't bringing this stuff in.
And it's not just the grocery stores. We've shared the timeline. Within a matter of weeks, the entire country kind of goes bonkers, but... All right. Hey, we pause there. News break.
USA News Update. More auto workers could be on the picket lines as early as Friday.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain has set a new strike deadline if significant progress isn't achieved in contract talks by noon on Friday, September 22nd. They will mobilize additional local unions to join the stand-up strike.
Ukrainian President Zelensky says Russia has no right to hold nuclear weapons. He addressed the UN General Assembly earlier today as his country continues to fight against Russia's invasion. Zelensky said Russia should have been forced to give up its nuclear weapons in the 1990s. Gas prices are at a 2023 high. AAA said Monday that the national average for regular gas is $3.88 per gallon. It's a 5-cent jump over the past week as nearly a dozen states now average $4 a gallon or higher. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Consult your healthcare provider before use. Introducing Vinia, a breakthrough superfood with a full matrix of polyphenols from the red grape. Enjoy the health benefits of a bottle of red wine, minus alcohol, sugar, and calories. In a clinical trial, Vinia significantly increased the dilation of arteries. This dilation increases your blood flow and the delivery of oxygen and nutrients to your brain, hearts, and other tissues, supporting heart health and improving your physical energy and mental alertness. Use code RADIO to get 10% off your first order at ordervinia.com. That's ordervinia.com. Ordervinia.com. Vinia, better blood flow, better life.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. But yeah, we've shared before over the years. Yeah, most truck drivers know, they've all seen the charts, the graphs. You know, if the truck stopped rolling. Let's see, found a piece here from 2022. It's kind of breaking it down. He says, I guarantee most ordinary folks have no idea. When the trucks stop rolling, it's over. If trucks stopped moving across our land within a short period of time, nearly all Americans would be in a life-threatening situation from major delivery shortages. 70% of the freight is moved by truck in this country. We depend on that for our survival. A major disruption in truck travel would immediately impact 7 major industries. It would bring America to its knees within days, due in part to our just-in-time manufacturing, zero inventory, and the fact that our modern way of life is entirely dependent on unimpeded distribution chains. Now, we can go back the original timeline years ago, and they kind of broke it down. The food industry, number 1, severe shortages within 72 hours, especially of perishable items. Panic would make shortages worse. Clean drinking water will run dry. Every 7 to 14 days, all water treatment plants receive chemicals by truck to make our drinking water safe. In the healthcare sector, many hospitals operate on that just-in-time delivery for medications and supplies. Hospital and nursing home food run out in 24 hours. Transportation sector. Gas station fuel runs out within 24 to 48 hours. An average gas station requires delivery every 2.4 days. The subsequent fuel shortage ripples to all automobiles and vehicles, no longer able to transport people to work, police, fire, rescue, mail delivery, garbage pickup, airlines and air cargo grounded due to a lack of supplies, rail lines halt due to non-delivery of that first and last mile, which is the trucks. Waste removal within days. We would be buried in garbage and an enormous health hazard. In the retail sector, most retailers rely on just-in-time delivery to keep their inventories low. Consumer behavior during emergencies triple the inventory turnover, speeding up the already bad situation. All we have to look at is how did we go from everything's normal, everybody's got their typical supply of toilet paper, to people standing 50 people deep in line waiting for stores to open, hoping to get their hands on toilet paper. How did that happen? All right, manufacturing. Nearly 100% of manufacturing have switched over to just-in-time processes to optimize efficiency and profits. Manufacturing shuts down within hours. The banking and finance sector, right? ATMs and bank cash run dry very quickly. Businesses lose access to cash. Bank branches shut down. So, literally in the first 24 hours, delivery of medical supplies to the affected area cease. Hospitals run out of basic supplies, syringes, catheters, the radiopharmaceuticals. Service stations begin to run out of fuel. Manufacturers using just-in-time manufacturing, component shortages. U.S. mail and package delivery ceases. That's the first 24 hours when the trucks stop. Within 48 hours, food shortages begin to develop. Automobile fuel available and delivery dwindles. Skyrocketing prices, long lines at the pump. 72 hours, the food shortages escalate, especially in the face of hoarding and consumer panic. Supplies of essentials, bottled water, powdered milk, canned meat, all disappears. ATMs run out of cash. Banks unable to process transactions. Service stations completely dry. Garbage starts piling up. Container ships sit idle in the ports. Rail transport is disrupted, eventually coming to a standstill. That's 72 hours. Within a week's time, automobile travel ceases due to the lack of fuel. Without autos and buses, many people will not be able to get to work, shop for groceries, or access medical care. Hospitals begin to exhaust oxygen supplies. Within 2 weeks, the nation's clean water supply begins to run dry. Again, lack of chemicals. Within 4 weeks, the nation will exhaust its clean water supply. Water will be safe for drinking only after boiling. As a result of gastrointestinal illnesses will increase, further taxing an already weakened healthcare system. Yeah, that's the reality. That these are the studies of if the trucks were to stop in this country. It's not a laughing matter. And of course, there was genuine concern about that, especially at the beginning of the pandemic. Are the truck drivers going to be able to continue moving out there, or are they all going to get sick and die? We all lived through it. There you go. Thank you very much for bringing that up, Pappy. It's 844-844-3388. I had a couple of other updates Eskimo Mom shared with me because No Handle Dave was asking any idea what happened on I-70. Apparently, it was a semi-tractor trailer crash, shutting down eastbound 70 near the Henry Wayne County line. State police say the eastbound 70 was shut down at the 138-mile marker. Let's see. It was shut down for an undetermined amount of time as rescue crews responded. It was a crash with injury. They didn't say how many were hurt, but I guess ultimately it reopened about 3:30 in the afternoon. So, yeah, hours that was shut down. But answer to your question, thank you very much. What do you say, Hillbilly?
Good morning, Steve. How we doing?
Doing well.
I don't know if anybody said that. Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
We hadn't heard that yet, had we?
Don't you remember last night I was being the conspiracy theory that maybe someone could hack into them planes?
Was that you? I thought it was Rubber Duck. It was you then. Okay. I knew somebody brought it up. And I mean, when you brought that up, I said, I don't think that's it. That's a pretty far-fetched thought, but apparently you're not all that off base, apparently.
It's really scary. I mean, old hillbilly from the river banks of Ohio come think of something like that. I'm thinking, good Lord, I can't believe I just nailed that one on the head. But I don't know. It's just, if they can hack into it that easy, that's really scary. If you really think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's there. You launch planes, and all of a sudden, you eject the pilots out, and you take control of it. That's a bad situation right there. So, I don't know. My dispatcher's got confused where I live at. He said I'm in Michigan today. To load of Coca-Cola. Gotta go up there to Wyoming, Michigan to make sure the people up there's got stuff to drink.
There you go.
But has Stryker started on the force yet, or there's Steven and him still training?
No, he's been on the job since Labor Day. It was either Labor Day or the day after. So yeah, they're out there on the streets. It's a daytime thing now. I think he works from like 2 to midnight kind of shift.
And it ain't horrible. But, they got to keep them safe, or both of them safe, and everyone else in the Man in the Blue and our servicemen safe. So, and everybody have a good night tonight.
All right. Hey, good to have you on board. Thank you for checking in, Hillbilly, here on a hump day. Wheelchair Dave shared with me, I think I heard that, I believe, in the news update at the midnight hour, talking about Deion Sanders. I shared how Colorado is just, defying all the odds. They're undefeated at this point. The incredible viewership back the, Saturday night, the late night game. I guess Deion Sanders has cashed in on his feud with the rival Colorado coach Jay Norvell after his line of custom glasses racked up $1.2 million in sales Friday alone. Yeah, that was ahead of Saturday night's grudge match between the two. Colorado State coach Norvell sparked controversy by throwing a dig at Deion over his trademark cap and shades attire. Yeah, I sat down with ESPN today. I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them, I took my hat off, I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat off. I take my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me, said the coach. Deion responded, and things kind of went viral with Coach Prime. First, he handed out custom sunglasses from his Blenders line to his entire team in a hilarious video on the eve of that rivalry matchup. He then went on to stress that while the CU-CSU game was undoubtedly personal, the opposite side also don't realize they just helped me with business. A day later, he continued to play on his beef with Norvell by handing out sunglasses to Shannon Sharp, Stephen A. Smith, and Molly Quirm during the Friday appearance on First Take. The Boulder crowd erupted as Sanders incidentally wearing sunglasses, handed out as frames to the on-air crew. Many of the students also had shades on in support of Deion. And according to sports and business expert Joe Pompliano, Sanders' line of custom shades ranked in an astonishing $1.2 million in sales on Friday. Blenders, which I'm not familiar with, eyewear company Blenders, sell the custom glasses in a range of different colors. They're all priced at $67 a pair, $67 a pop, which that's not really off the rails, but all right, good deal. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Industry headlines. What do we have in the mix here? As we get the new day underway, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg will be testifying in front of a House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee later this morning. The hearing entitled Oversight of the Department of Transportation's Policies and Programs, scheduled for 10 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. It is expected to tackle a variety of issues: implementation of the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act, supply chain issues, and electric vehicle infrastructure policies. Last week, Buttigieg was in South Dakota announcing efforts to increase the amount of truck parking. I think at that announcement was at $80 million in grants being made available to secure additional truck parking around the country. In that event, he said, I want to concentrate in particular on what new truck parking means for drivers and for everybody who counts on the highway. I know truck parking is an issue most Americans probably don't think about every day, but it is a vitally important one. OOIDA's Todd Spencer was actually present at that event there in Sioux Falls. In an interview with Landline, now Buttigieg further discussed efforts to address the truck parking crisis. They said improving the truck parking situation is part of an overall effort to improve driver retention. And they also said back in July that the DOT is focused on driver retention issues in the trucking industry as well. Well, there we go. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. I don't know. Do I say it, or did Hillbilly already take care of it? And 5-7. I've been hearing it all morning here. Is there any need?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
There you go. Hey, Mike. What day is it? All right. So what day is it?
Yep.
What day is it? Anyway, so you were talking about how fast things will be shutting down in the country there when the trucks stop moving. And
yes,
you seem to be talking about like pretty prime, nice weather conditions. Now, what about this happening in, say, January or February when trucks are out here hauling propane and home heating fuel and all those other good things that people like to have in January and February? How long will it be before they're cutting up their furniture and trying to burn their furniture in their oven, or, like figuring out what they can use for firewood around the house?
Yeah, everything would be expedited, right?
Oh, yeah, especially when people start freezing to death. And you want to talk about the extremes that people are going to go to when they're cold. Not only is it bad when they're hungry, but when they're cold and hungry, watch out. So you can only imagine what people will revert to try to remedy that issue. But so anyways, here's a question for you, just a hypothetical, just throwing it out there. And maybe Scarecrow would have the answer to this, because we had that whole issue there about the intelligent caller, and then there's Scarecrow, and maybe Scarecrow will have the answer to this. Or maybe he'll know somebody that does. Now, when these fire pilots are up there, and there's a possibility that they might have to eject like that, or something might go bad, or, they might be getting into a situation, do they keep a cassette tape of Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone with them so they can just plug it in and start playing Danger Zone when they're doing that?
Right.
Just asking. I mean, I just know going down the highway, and when that song comes on the radio, if you're listening to something, and the soundtracks go around, and when Danger's on, do you find your foot just a little bit heavier on the throttle? I mean, do you get a little more aggressive behind the wheel when that song comes on, or what's the song from Days of Thunder there? There's a song with Days of Thunder. Do you find yourself driving just a little bit more like a NASCAR driver?
I guarantee
it. That type of music,
no doubt.
Absolutely.
Yep.
But no, that's a pretty interesting thought that possibly somebody could eject the pilot and actually have themselves an F-35 drone to have control over. But you talk about movies that way back in the day there that, we all thought were science fiction that are coming true. Wasn't it a movie called War Games or something like that the kids were playing the video games and were actually controlling the military operations of vehicles and devices? Wasn't that the name of that movie? Wasn't that War Games or something like that?
Yes, I believe it was.
So yeah, I guess the realm of possibility of somebody, being able to hack into an F-35 or a B-2 or something, that could be a interesting situation. But anyways,
it was
know.
War Games, though, when the computer said, "Wouldn't you like to play a nice game of checkers?" And he said, "No, let's play global thermonuclear war."
There you go. Who's got the football, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So, well, anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. Got a kind of a quiet night tonight. Still see some stars. I saw a couple people that posted on Facebook there that they saw that Starlink train of of satellites there in the sky the other night that I saw. So couple good pictures of that showed up on Facebook that I saw. So I guess I wasn't the only one, and I guess they confirmed that it wasn't aliens for me there. You know, I've heard people talk about seeing that line of satellites, thinking it was aliens coming to, you know, on the invasion set up there. But anyway, so I guess we're all good. Haven't seen them come back, so. But we'll have to figure out how to get you out there to see it. See if we can make it so you can see it out there outside the window of the secret bunker there.
Right.
So, but anyways, I guess it's just kind of a chilly night. We're down to mid-50s, Your Honor. Lower mid-50s tonight.
It's a cool one.
There's
You know,
stars out there.
I've got, I think the first time since back in the spring, I've actually got a long sleeve shirt on tonight.
Okay.
Yep.
So we have enough electronic devices operating in there. We don't have to kick the heat on yet in the secret bunker.
I haven't had to turn and not the heat, not just yet, but you know what? It probably won't be long during these overnight hours. We'll be kicking the thermostat up a degree or two. All right. Thank you much, Horse Feathers. Hey, what day is it? Hey, Mike. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. More auto workers could be on the picket lines as early as Friday.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain has set a new strike deadline if significant progress isn't achieved in contract talks by noon on Friday, September 22nd. They will mobilize additional local unions to join the stand-up strike. Currently, the strike involves 3 auto plants, each representing one of the big 3 automakers. I'm John Schaefer.
Ukrainian President Zelensky says Russia has no right to hold nuclear weapons. He addressed the UN General Assembly earlier today as his country continues to fight against Russia's invasion. Zelensky said Russia should have been forced to give up its nuclear weapons in the 1990s. Florida prisons are using artificial intelligence to listen in on inmates' phone conversations. Julie Ryan has that story.
The state's Department of Corrections started using the surveillance program last month after paying $2.5 million to California-based Leo Technologies. The system is able to transcribe up to 50 million minutes worth of phone calls coming in and out of the prison. The contract will run through June of next year. Officials say the technology can help prevent violent crimes, drug smuggling, and suicides within the prison system.
Gas prices are at a 2023 high. AAA said Monday that the national average for regular gas is $3.88 per gallon. It's a 5-cent jump over the past week, as nearly a dozen states now average $4 a gallon or higher. Republicans continue to criticize the president's economic plan, known as Bidenomics, as the possibility of a government shutdown looms. Congressman Pat Fallon of Texas, leading a congressional hearing, labeled it a total failure.
The Biden administration apparently doesn't care if a gallon of milk costs $6, so long as it forces everyone to purchase an electric vehicle that costs more than the yearly median household income.
This is USA News.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. That's 800-738-0170.
More than half of Americans think big tech companies have too much power in the market. A new survey shows 60% of Americans feel this way about companies including Google, Amazon, and Meta. The opinion was split similarly along party lines, with 63% of Democrats, 65% of Republicans feeling big tech companies put competitors at a disadvantage. Climate activists are out protesting again in New York City. More arrests were made today after dozens of arrests yesterday, as protesters say something has to be done about the effects of fossil fuels on the environment. Activists say the bank is financing the fossil fuel industry. A man is in critical condition after crashing his car into the water in Freeport, New York this afternoon. The driver was pulled out by a Good Samaritan who saw what happened from his nearby waterfront rental apartment.
So just one leg, then another leg from man, and I decided to jump to water.
The man who helped only moved to Freeport 4 days ago from Ukraine and said he moved to Long Island so he could work and send money home to help the war efforts in Ukraine. Vanna White will remain on Wheel of Fortune for at least 2 more seasons. She signed a contract extension that will keep her on the long-running game show through the 2025-26 TV season. The news comes as Pat St. Jack starts his farewell season. Dave Collins, USA News.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Consult your healthcare provider before use. Introducing Vinia, a breakthrough superfood with a full matrix of polyphenols from the red grape. Enjoy the health benefits of a bottle of red wine, minus alcohol, sugar, and calories. In a clinical trial, Vinia significantly increased the dilation of arteries. This dilation increases your blood flow and the delivery of oxygen and nutrients to your brain, hearts, and other tissues, supporting heart health and improving your physical energy and mental alertness. Use code RADIO to get 10% off your first order at ordervinia.com. That's ordervinia.com. Ordervinia.com. Vinia, better blood flow, better life.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, we were talking on last evening's program about the possibility of what they call a homebrew storm developing right off the coast later this week. Yeah, not a lot has changed. It's possible that even if the center of the storm manages to linger right along the coast, heavy rain and thunderstorms associated with the system will be making their way northward along the Carolina and mid-Atlantic coast Friday into Saturday. Rains may continue advancing all the way into upstate New York and parts of New England Saturday into Sunday. There's a possibility as well the storm system rolling in from the Midwest could pull in moisture from the Atlantic system, further enhancing rain, maybe spreading wet weather as far west as the central Appalachians. All this yet to unfold. Might it become a tropical system or even a hybrid system? If it manages to take on some tropical characteristics, severe thunderstorms could develop and spawn a couple of tornadoes near the coast. So either way, with the risk of heavy rain will come the possibility of flash flooding, travel disruptions, and obviously changing some of those outdoor plans, ball games, weddings, family gatherings. Right now, they tell us, in general, the period from Friday to Sunday could be quite stormy along the coast, from the Carolinas all the way to southern New England. Stiff winds kicking up seas, strong rip currents once again, as well as the heavy rain and thunderstorms. So here we go. Yet another tropical system may spoil some weekend fun along our East Coast beach areas. Hey, back to the phones we go here. Let's see. Dave, I believe, is on board in Anderson. What's going on, Dave?
Hello?
Hello, Dave. What's up?
Hello. You there?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Well, it's actually Steve from Anderson.
Oh, Steve from Anderson. I apologize.
You know who I am.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've been kind of fibbing to you a little bit, Steve. I'll come clean. Actually, that's my cousin's. I live in Chicago, but I've been telling you Anderson because I figured I might make an ass of myself on radio, and I didn't want anybody to know it was me.
Okay.
So I live in. Okay, but everything we talked about is true. Now, before we get started, I was going to go to bed tonight and listen to your show, and dadgummit, you started it when you talked about getting towed to the wolves in Long Island or somewhere during 911. You saw the smoke. I had to set up because that kind of happened to me. And then another guy calls in after that talking about him spraying nuclear waste on people out in Missouri. So I want to bounce around a little bit. So you just tell me when I use too much time. But I have one more question to ask you. Did you ever watch Bob Barker and The Price is Right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm actually old enough to remember Bob Barker on Truth or Consequences.
Well, I don't know how old you are. I don't think I've ever asked you. But I'm probably from the guys that's called in that I've listened to, and I've listened to everybody call in since you mentioned that. I'm 72. I don't know how old you are. But anyhow, I'm watching a special on Bob Barker right now. It's a tribute to him. I think you could probably get it if you just pulled up Google tribute to Bob Barker TV show.
Uh-huh.
If you Google that, you probably pull it up. But anyhow, in a little bit, I've seen it once. There's a lady that comes on that sings a real cute song to him. And I wondered if it'd be all right if I turn the phone up a little bit or TV up and let it play over your station. I think a lot of people out there would like to hear it. It's a cute song, nothing dirty, no cuss words. But if it comes on, could I pause for a minute and play that over your TV, over your radio show?
I don't know that the audio would be able to come through clear coming from your TV.
Can we try it and you can say, Steve, it ain't working?
Sure, Steve, give it a shot.
Well, okay, when it comes on. So we're going to start out with your story, and I can comment on every one of these. I know a little bit about each one of them subjects. But on your subject, I was kind of that way too, starting out. You know, I told you I drove for 17 years and then went in the office and dispatched. Well, the owner of the company said, Steve, before Kenny ever retires as safety director, would you be my safety director? I said, well, I'll use their names, Russ. I said, I'll do it, but I don't know, you know what, from Shinola about it. Don't just tell me one day, hey, you're my safety director. Guess what happened? The guy retired. Boss comes in. I didn't even know he's retiring. Hey, Monday, you're going to be my safety director. I said, what? I said, Russ, I told you I don't know nothing about it. Well, we'll teach you, and we'll get you the best guys to learn how to do it. And I said, all right. So I was kind of thrown to the wolves just like you. And I learned it, and I was safety director for 4 years. So I know a lot of the rules and regs. You know, they've all changed now. You got electronic logging. Well, back then they were just getting started, and guys were fighting, and some guys did paper logs as long as they could because they could cheat a lot easier on that. Paper and your electronic logging, you better go to college to learn how to cheat. So you're not going to make no miles in 10 hours. Or 12 hours, if you get in that traffic and you get in the traffic jam for 2 hours, that's burning up your time driving or on duty. So anyhow, that was another one of my deals I wanted to talk about briefly. Now going to the first caller, and if I see this lady get up here on this show and start singing, I'll stop. But while I'm talking to you, Google tribute to Bob Barker and see if it comes up on there, and you can turn it on and watch a little bit of it while I'm talking, and so can the audience if they liked him. But anyhow, where was that? Oh, okay. I know quite a bit about that, the spraying out there. Like I said, I'm 72. How old are you, Steve?
I'm 59.
59? You're a pup. But anyhow, I know a little bit about each one of them, and I just thought maybe the guys calling in might be 59 or 55, 60, and they've read it and saw it on TV. But I witnessed some of that, and I listened to the in Chicago. We get a lot. I listened to a little bit of that. A news report where, you know, they said, oh, it's not hurting them, it's whatever. But anyhow, they actually, Steve, how they did that was a street sweeper would be spraying water, and they'd mix that radioactive stuff in with that, and that's how they sprayed it downtown or around in there. I don't know how many street sweepers they had in whenever it was, 80-some, or whenever this happened. I can't remember that far back now, but I do remember about that when I was young. I'm going to say I was guessing 7, maybe 8 years old. But, you know, some things kind of scare you, and you remember it the rest of your life. Well, they were going down street sweeping, mixing that in with the water. And then he was kind of right. I think they said something about airplanes. They were, but they were crop dusters. And they'd swing down in there and they'd shoot that, you know, on the crops, but they had that radiation mixed in with it too. And that's how they got it in the air. And what he said is absolutely a fact. And everybody better take up and listen.
Well,
because this government is so filthy dirty. It's terrible. Now, that's one. I wanted to verify that.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, I had to get up. And damn it, I wasn't going to smoke tonight. I'm trying to quit, but I had to farm me a cigarette. Matter of fact, I'm going to get me one right now because this here, it's really got me upset.
Oh, boy.
So if I get out of line, just tell me to, Steve, you talked enough.
Well, we're gonna move ahead here. Dave, or Steve, I'm sorry, Steve from Chicago. But good to hear from you. All right. Yeah, I remember, I guess they ran that tribute to Bob Barker a couple of weeks ago after his passing. I did not tune into it, but yeah, you can do a quick Google search, or I'm sure it's on YouTube. All right, hey, the 21st annual truck convoy, this is in Delaware, makes its return this Saturday. Delaware State Fairgrounds. More than 200 truckers slated to go on a 29-mile scenic ride through Kent County. Of course, they'll have their escort by law enforcement. Some of the biggest partners for this particular convoy is Purdue Farms and Walmart. A celebration of the state's trucking industry, allowing truckers the opportunity to connect. It's also a big fundraising effort, with the money going to the Special Olympics of Delaware. Health education training, we're the only state in the country where athletes can compete completely free, regardless of their family's background or income. And that, they say, is what these funds go towards. We have some truckers who tell us they're leaving this event and going right on the road once again for a week. And that's how important this event is to them. They spend the last morning before a long trip coming out to support us and just being a part of what's become a tribute to the trucking industry. Over a 20-year stretch, this particular convoy's raised more than $775,000, which has benefited more than 4,000 children and adults with intellectual disabilities. So, hey, they get things underway 9:30 a.m. at the Delaware State Fairgrounds. Trucks depart for that ride at 10:30 a.m. this Saturday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, Pappy, got your email. Yeah, that information is correct. Said, I'm hearing rumors about the government conducted a nationwide test of the emergency broadcast system. Yeah, for whatever reason, it used to be the emergency broadcast, and now it's the emergency alert system, the EAS system. But yes, mark your calendars, October 4. FEMA and the Federal Communication Commissions will conduct a nationwide test of the emergency alert system, that's the EAS, and the wireless emergency alerts, the WEA system, across every device in the country, including television, radio, and cell phones. It is scheduled for approximately 2:20 p.m. Eastern and will last around 30 minutes. During this time, Americans will receive an emergency alert. It's important to note this is a test. FEMA's conducting the test, they say, to ensure that both the EAS and WEA are functioning properly in the event of a potential national disaster or attack. The message your cell phones will receive will be similar to this. This is a nationwide test of the emergency alert system issued by the Federal Emergency Management Agency covering the United States from 1420 to 1450 hours Eastern Time. This is only a test. No action is required by the public. Now, the emergency alert system, that's the nationwide designed to quickly alert Americans about a national emergency across various devices within 10 minutes' time. The alert will be a sequence of loud noises meant to catch your attention. Of course, state and local agencies can also use EAS to provide important weather updates, things like tornado alerts. We've probably all been out there at some point in time when your phone starts going off, and regionally when they have like an Amber Alert, they can send those alerts to smartphones. So, okay. Now, that distinct attention-grabbing sound of the EAS is intentionally loud and alarming. According to FEMA's customer support brand chief, this distinctive sound educates the public to respond to alerts. You know when you hear that sound, something important that may affect your life or your property is going to follow. So that was, I guess, part of the actual FEMA press release, but a nationwide test. So, if you're in a crowded area, virtually everyone's smartphones are going to start going bonkers at the same time. Imagine people at the airport, sitting waiting for a flight or whatever. You imagine hundreds of phones all simultaneously going off. It'll be kind of freaky, but yep, that's put that on your calendar, October 4th, about 2:20 Eastern Time. Well, what's going on, Sundance Kid?
Hey, not much, Mr. Summers. How you doing tonight?
Hanging with them. Happy Hump Day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we're I figured out why. All right. Why do we have truck parking problems? You know why?
Well, I think it's called supply and demand. Supposedly there's one existing parking space for, I think it's about every 10 trucks that are out there.
Okay. And why do we have that problem? Why are drivers sitting in a spot for so long?
Well, you got to take a 10-hour break.
Because, okay, 10-hour break, and then what? All right, so say you shut down at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, okay? And your appointment's at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you're 30 minutes away from your thing, from your delivery. Now, your 10-hour break is up at 2 o'clock in the morning, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So if we sit there, now you can't start your clock because, you got the 14-hour rule. So they're sitting there from 2 o'clock till about 6 o'clock. So an extra 4 hours was just sitting around, right? Because their appointment ain't till 8 o'clock. Why not have shippers and receivers open 24 hours a day? Is that a problem?
Well, you'd have to pay somebody to be working 24 hours a day.
Oh, well, no, one person, 8 hours. Maybe two people or whatever. But here's the thing. All right, so do you know what quarterly profits were last quarter?
For who?
For the country, every corporation collectively.
I have no
what
idea.
The profits were.
No.
You have no idea.
I have no idea.
Okay. Would you be all right, so would you be surprised if I would tell you it was 4 times what we pay in taxes a year? Well, we pay corporations a profit. Their quarterly profit last quarter was $3.4 trillion. We pay the United States government $3.7 trillion in taxes a year. So we pay the corporations as much as we pay in taxes in one quarter. So do you think they could pay somebody to open up and so we could keep rolling instead of sitting there for an extra 4 hours?
Well, Sundance, a whole lot of this is about what these corporations all have investors, and those investors, the shareholders, they expect to get a return on the investment in the corporation. So anything that's going to take away from anything that takes away from their bottom line, they don't want to do that. I mean, they're out to get the biggest return for investors.
Okay, I understand that. You invested, but do you think that's enough money? I mean, do we have to pay them these? I look at corporations and shareholders as the new plantation owners because they don't want to pay for the delay. They don't want to pay for anything, but we have to suck it up, especially in this industry. We only have so many hours a day to work. I mean, Monday to Friday, you're trying
to say you're thinking that if the shippers and receivers were open round the clock, that there would be enough truck parking spaces available to eliminate the problems out there. Yeah, we got to pause there, though. All right, so hold that thought. It's 844-844-3388. Is it a full moon?
USA News Update. More auto workers could be on the picket lines as early as Friday.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain has set a new strike deadline if significant progress isn't achieved in contract talks by noon on Friday, September 22nd. They will mobilize additional local unions to join the stand-up strike.
Ukrainian President Zelensky says Russia has no right to hold nuclear weapons. He addressed the UN General Assembly earlier today as his country continues to fight against Russia's invasion. Zelensky said Russia should have been forced to give up its nuclear weapons in the 1990s. Gas prices are at a 2023 high. AAA said Monday that the national average for regular gas is $3.88 per gallon. It's a 5-cent jump over the past week as nearly a dozen states now average $4 a gallon or higher. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Consult your healthcare provider before use. Introducing Vinia, a breakthrough superfood with a full matrix of polyphenols from the red grape. Enjoy the health benefits of a bottle of red wine, minus alcohol, sugar, and calories. In a clinical trial, Vinia significantly increased the dilation of arteries. This dilation increases your blood flow and the delivery of oxygen and nutrients to your brain, hearts, and other tissues, supporting heart health and improving your physical energy and mental alertness. Use code RADIO to get 10% off your first order at ordervinia.com. That's ordervinia.com. Ordervinia.com. Vinia, better blood flow, better life.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Craig said, what happens if you're asleep in bed when that cell phone alert comes out? Well, I suppose if I've got my phone on the headboard, I'll get woke up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure with these national alerts, you can't opt out. Yeah, there are settings in there for, like, you don't have to have your weather alerts on, and you might not get your tornado warning or whatever if you don't have it activated, but I don't think there's any way to opt out. It's going to hit every device, and even if your volume's down, I think it's still somehow. I mean, it goes off. That's all I know. So I need to remember, because I'll be snoozing. That's my sleeping time. 2:20 in the afternoon. Hell yeah! It's meanwhile 25 before the hour. Back at it. It's 844-844-3388. For us overnight workers, we sleep during the day. All right, Sundance, let me get back, give you a chance to finish up there. But
do you think we could afford to pay somebody to work in the warehouse overnight?
Well, I don't work. I mean, when you say, can we afford, I mean, that's employers. If they have enough work to have a 3-shift working, they'll pay somebody to work overnight. But most don't have enough work to have people working 3 shifts.
Okay, well, all right. Here's the deal. All right, so they're going to pay that person maybe $20 an hour to work in the warehouse, right? To work, so $20 for 16 hours, that's $320, right? So in the meantime, I could be there at 4 o'clock this afternoon. They might have to work till 6, but because my appointment's not till tomorrow. Now I'm stuck with a load for another 28 hours. Okay, that I can go get reloaded, everything. But that's causing a delay.
Yeah, I'm not grasping where. I mean, you're gonna. So you're talking about having someone at the guard shack. You're saying, one person, maybe two. So there's someone there, to let you into the parking lot, but they're not going to have people in there running the forklifts and people running the hand trucks to actually get into the back of your trailer and start moving any of that freight. Yeah, that would require full-time workers like they have throughout their actual work day. Again, how much parking would be made available if you took into consider all the, I guess the shipping and receiving locations around the country. So you're pretty much moving your truck from one place to another place. Yeah. Fact of the matter is, I mean, I think OOIDA put the number out. There's one, actual truck parking, secure parking place available for about every 10 trucks that are out on the road, somewhere in that vicinity on any given day. Okay. Anyway, let me get to set on down to Florida. Philip checks in here. What's going on, Philip?
Oh, not much. How you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, I saw we had what is the term they use in space? An anomaly with a launch yesterday.
Which one was that one? I didn't hear about that one.
Rocket Lab. I think it was launched from, I don't know, where was it? I don't think it was here in the U.S., but whatever, an anomaly, that's when it blows up, right?
Oh, yeah, that's a controlled explosion. Or uncontrolled explosion, I should say. Yeah, that's what an anomaly means. It means it's self-destructed itself. Yeah, Rocket Lab, that's one of the smaller companies out there working right now. Wonder if, was that down in French Guiana?
Let's see. It says New Zealand. New Zealand.
Yeah, New Zealand. I'll have to look that one up, Steve. I can't. There's so many of them companies out there now, you can't about keep track of them. I heard about yesterday, Steve, that the Space Force has a contract with a company called Firefly, and Firefly is guaranteeing the Space Force they can have a rocket ready in 27 hours to launch a satellite anywhere they want it to go. That's some crazy stuff. What do you think?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, they got a rocket. It's not as big as a Falcon 9. But it's a pretty good sizable rocket. It can hold a satellite that's probably, 4 tons? Something like that, 3 or 4 tons. Have it ready to go in 27 hours. They can have the rocket ready with the payload on it, all fairing up and everything ready to roll in 27 hours from you calling them. And that's on standby with the Space Force right now. If they want to launch a satellite. So if they got a reconnaissance satellite they want to put up, they can put it up instantly. I got to ask a question though, Steve. I was just listening to the deal with Sundance. What warehouses pay $20 an hour? I need to go see them people. Do you know, Steve?
I don't know what's the going rate for a warehouse worker these days.
It ain't no $20 an hour down here. I don't know how much it is up there in y'all's neck of the woods or where Sundance is, but I know there's quite a few warehouses down here that they're not paying no $20 an hour. But I will say this much. Sundance, you need to look at it from a business aspect. Everybody, talks about profitability and whatnot, but you got to have profit to survive. The problem is the companies don't reinvest. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, that's a part. And like I said, I mean, a lot of is it about getting the best return for the investors? I mean, there are people getting rich out there, but it's not the people working third shift at a warehouse.
No, I mean, the number one rule in business is to keep your labor down, to keep your costs, to your profitability up. Now, what we've encountered in America, and we see this in this strike that's happening right now with GM and all the automakers and whatnot, is a lot of that profitability is being bonused out to management. And management is the most costly of the labor. I mean, if you sit down and you do the labor costs of a company, a big company, I guarantee you the most costliest person that works in the company is the management. I mean, that's our problem. The managers don't want to give up their money, just like you want to try to make as much money as you can in any job you work in to survive, and and that same way with their profitability. But paying someone to work 24 hours a day, not all these companies can do that, like you said, Steve. I mean, that would put a lot of companies down. I think some of it does have to do with the hours of service, but I think if a company properly plans a run for somebody, there won't be that much sitting involved. So, and part of that planning, I hate to say it, is on the driver. The driver, at certain companies, I mean, if he's an owner-operator, I'm pretty sure he's planning his route and which way he's going to go. And some company drivers, they got to run a certain route. They can't just, go anywhere they want to go. They have to run a set route for the company. You know what I mean, Steve?
Right.
And I think that's a lot of it is stemming on the driver. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that stems on the driver. Where when the load goes and where is it going to go, and the route it runs. We have all this technology out here. If everything's planned properly, you don't have to sit for a bunch of hours. Do you think about this, Steve? If he's an owner operator, why don't you hire a second person to run a team, and that way that truck can run 24 hours a day? I wonder if Sundance thought about that one. What do you think, Steve?
There you go. Hey, you're talking about the big corporations. I mean, Yellow found a way, the management you're talking about. Yellow found a way to divvy out in the weeks before that bankruptcy. They found a way to divvy out $4.6 million to 8 individuals, the top management.
Yep. I mean, you see it in a lot of large corporations. And like you said, there's investors, they want rate of return. They want rate of return where they can reinvest and do other things with their money. I mean, management is one of the biggest problems that we have with large corporations, because we have a lot of managers that expect a certain wage, and do I think their workload's there? No. They need to have a workload like we have.
Right.
Sometimes I hate to say it that way, but that's the way it is. But as far as getting back to Sundance, hey, bud, hire another guy, run that truck 24 hours, and then you won't have to worry about sitting somewhere. The only place you have to worry about sitting is when you go to, get fuel or stop the truck to unload. That's why we saw the deal with Yellow. Look at the situation with Heatwave. Heatwave was in a team operation. That truck literally was running 24 hours a day. See what happened with Yellow, right? So, things to think about, right, Steve?
Points to ponder. Very good. Well, thank you for checking in, Philip. Have a great morning. Yeah, Rocket Lab suffering an anomaly. Launching a radar Earth observation satellite. This was early Tuesday morning. Yeah, right at about 24 hours ago, like 2:55 a.m. Eastern Time. The Electron rocket carrying a synthetic aperture radar, SAR spacecraft for the California company Capella Space lifted off from the New Zealand site. The two stages separated as planned about 2.5 minutes after launch, but something went wrong Shortly thereafter, the telemetry data which the company provided during the live stream of the launch showed the velocity of the rocket's upper stage decreasing shortly after its single Rutherford engine was supposed to kick on. The upper stage engine may therefore have suffered an ignition failure or a premature shutdown. Yeah, that's just speculation, but Rocket Lab did not identify a approximate or ultimate cause. That more information when it becomes available. But for this particular smaller company, Rocket Lab, this was their 9th launch this year and their 41st launch overall. That anomaly actually broke a string of 19 consecutive successful launches. That company's most recent failure happened back in May of 2021. So I guess for unmanned spaceflight, they're doing a pretty good job. But there's one satellite that will not be making it into orbit. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see here. Things you might need to know. Don't choke on your cheese. Kraft Heinz this past day are recalling more than 83,000 cases of individually wrapped Kraft single American cheese slices. Apparently, part of the wrapper can stick to the slice and become a choking hazard. The company said one of their wrapping machines developed a temporary issue that makes it possible for a thin strip of that film to remain on the slice even after it's been removed from the wrapper. That machine has since been fixed, they say, but they've initiated the voluntary recall after they received several consumer complaints. 6 cases where people said the issue caused gagging or choking. No serious health issues have been reported. But the recall affects 16-ounce Kraft single American pasteurized prepared cheese product with a best when used by date between January 10 of 24 and January 27 of 24. Also included are the 3-pound multi-packs of Kraft singles. Best when used by date January 9th to January 13 of 2024. If you've purchased these products, you should not consume them. Return them to the store where you purchased them for an exchange or refund. So there you go. Meanwhile, Brain Dead is on board. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Steve, I was going to talk to you about that whole ST's up in their $1.5 billion that bid that Old Dominion had. But, Sundance, I can tie kind of this all in together. Steve, I love free thinkers. I love the ones that think outside the box. But let's dial this down back to reality, shall we? Now, he said that there's the number one problem is the parking in the country, and he can't figure out why, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing he hasn't heard of the NIMBY people, the not in my backyard people. Because, Steve, you remember every so often, the truck stop is planning to build a truck stop in whatever city. What happens? Everybody comes out to the town council meeting. Hey, they throwing a fit. This truck stop's going to bring drugs, crime, and prostitution. So if Love's can't get it built in that city, where are they going to build it? I mean, didn't they have this same problem up in Montana, some little Bodoc hick town in Montana for like 5 or 10 years? Finally just went away. So if the NIMBY people won't let you build, the high property value won't let you build either, because where can you put one in New Jersey?
Mm-hmm.
Please tell me. I'm waiting to hear this. This is why people are clamoring to buy the yellow terminals. The infrastructure is already in place, number one. Number two, value. You can't build anymore. So with that being said, the parking's at a premium right now as it is. So what is somebody supposed to do when they're taking their 34-hour reset and they're there at the truck stop? What are they supposed to do, go home? Oh, wait, a lot of these guys don't have homes. They live in their trucks year-round. So where are they going to park? Please, I'd love to have this answer, Steve. It's intriguing me for some reason. But as someone who works for a major corporation called Kroger, obviously he needs to peel back. I need to peel back the layer a little bit for the people that may not understand like him. Yes, Kroger does work 24/7. Yes, they do unload trucks 7 days a week. But you got to remember one thing, though. They get 50 trucks at least for freezer, perishable, and grocery. At least 50. Maybe less, maybe more. I don't know the exact number. So when you're unloading these trucks, where are you going to load them out at to go to the store? Please, I'm wanting to hear this information too, because U.S. Foods is right next door to us, and I remember going over there a lot of times and unloading. Generally, they get all three in at the same time, generally about noon, 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
They're working on loading the trucks out. So I see the problem. I've been driving 25 years, or going on 25 years. So I see the problem. The problem's never going to end. It's just like the whole driver shortage problem. Remember? We've been talking about this for how long?
Decades.
It's not going away. Now, so what is he going to? So what is his proposition? Force shippers and receivers to put staging lots? How? How can this little warehouse have a staging area for trucks when they're only getting 2 or 3 trucks a day? Maybe not even that. Where are they supposed to put them at? Would you trust somebody with the key to your lot? I mean, we currently in Memphis, and I don't know about you up there in Cincinnati, but we've been having a rash of these people that break into buildings and take off with stuff at night. I don't know if y'all have that same problem, but I know we do. Yeah. And I know as a business owner, I wouldn't give anybody the key to the building or any form of my facilities that I didn't know and trust. So, gotta love it, Steve. Gotta love it.
Well, brain dead. That's a little bit of rational thinking there. What do you say?
Well, you know, when you had the coffee that comes out of FedEx, yeah, trust me. I'll put it this way. Dingbat brought home this big, tall thing from FedEx full of coffee, right?
Mm-hmm.
This morning. And she said, "Here, try this." I said, "What is it?" She said, "It's coffee." I said, "Okay, what kind of coffee?" She says, "Just take a couple sips and I'll tell you." Steve, I love coffee. Don't get me wrong. But this stuff they called jet fuel. I mean, literally after about 2 sips, I'm hearing the colors talk.
So when you stand, you put your spoon in and it stands up straight, right?
Not that strong, but it's like high powered. So
yeah.
I'm thinking when she hears this, she may have me drug tested for jet fuel. What do you think, Steve?
There you go. All right, well, good to hear from you. Brain Dead, thanks for checking in. We got a news break coming up here. Looky there. We're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast as we make our way into Hump Day. There you go. So it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. It's day 5 of the United Auto Workers strike against the big 3 U.S. automakers. Reports say the union has met with Ford, GM, and Stellantis in recent days with little to no progress on a new contract. Nearly 13,000 auto workers remain on strike at 3 plants in Ohio, Michigan, and Missouri. They're demanding better pay and pension benefits. There may be more going on strike as of Friday. There was no pulling punches when Republicans began talking about the Biden economy.
Republicans continue to criticize the president's economic plan they call Bidenomics as the possibility of a government shutdown looms. Congressman Pat Fallon of Texas led a congressional hearing and called the president's plan a total failure.
The Biden administration apparently doesn't care if a gallon of milk costs $6, so long as it forces everyone to purchase an electric vehicle that costs more than the yearly median household income.
Democrats countered, accusing the GOP of steering the nation toward a disruptive government shutdown that will impact food and cash assistance programs. I'm John Schaefer.
Hunter Biden is planning to plead not guilty to federal gun charges after he was indicted last week. That's according to his attorney. The president's son was charged with 3 federal criminal counts. 2 are related to Biden allegedly filing a form claiming he was not using drugs at the time he purchased the weapon in 2018. After a caravan to Sacramento, Teamsters rallied with California lawmakers and public safety leaders to demand that Governor Gavin Newsom sign AB 316. The bill would require a trained human operator be present in autonomous vehicles weighing over 10,000 pounds. Union leader Jason Rabinowitz rallied members on the steps of the Capitol.
And I can tell you where the Teamsters stand. We stand for safe streets, we stand for middle-class jobs, and we stand for a human operator behind the wheel.
This is USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Consult your healthcare provider before use. Introducing Vinia, a breakthrough superfood with a full matrix of polyphenols from the red grape. Enjoy the health benefits of a bottle of red wine, minus alcohol, sugar, and calories. In a clinical trial, Vinia significantly increased the dilation of arteries. This dilation increases your blood flow and the delivery of oxygen and nutrients to your brain, hearts, and other tissues, supporting heart health and improving your physical energy and mental alertness. Use code RADIO to get 10% off your first order at ordervinia.com. That's ordervinia.com. Ordervinia.com. Vinia, better blood flow, better life.
An emergency declaration is in effect for the Texas border town of Eagle Pass as officials deal with an overwhelming number of illegal immigrants. Over last weekend, the total number of arrests along the southwest border topped 35,000. That's an average of nearly 9,000 a day. Gas prices are surging to their highest level of the year. AAA said Monday that the national average for regular gas is $3.88 per gallon. That's a 5-cent jump over the past week, as nearly a dozen states now average $4 a gallon or higher. One prison escapee is back in custody while the search continues for another. John Fink has the story.
The California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation says one of the 2 women who walked out of a transitional reentry facility over the weekend has been caught in Orange County. Corrections agents say 32-year-old Janelle Rice has been arrested in Stanton. The second woman, 31-year-old Diana Sanchez, remains on the loose. Anyone with information on her whereabouts is urged to notify law enforcement.
Union healthcare workers in Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. have threatened to go on strike against Kaiser Permanente. The workers say they'll walk off the job if no agreement can be reached on a new contract by September 30th. About 3,800 workers are among those who could join similar actions in the Pacific Northwest and Rocky Mountain states. The Powerball jackpot soaring with no grand prize winner in Monday night's drawing. The latest rollover means at least $672 million will be on the line come Wednesday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome into a Wednesday. Indeed, we cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast. We shared diesel prices continue rising. According to FreightWaves, the diesel market is being pulled in all different directions, as evidenced by developments over just the past few days. Monday, the Department of Energy Information Administration, said the average weekly retail price increased another 9 cents a gallon to $4.63, highest price since December 12. The price is used as the basis for most fuel surcharges. The price is up 86 cents a gallon since a recent low on July 3rd. But the increase is a perfect example of the retail market lagging the futures and wholesale markets. In this case, by a considerable amount. Ultra-low sulfur diesel on the commodity exchange posted a recent market low of $3.19 a gallon on September the 6th. Second day of trading after the Labor Day holiday. Prices then climbed as high as $3.48 on Thursday. A 28 plus cents a gallon increase in 6 trading days. But in the past 2 trading days, ultra-low sulfur diesel has fallen sharply. The 9.5 cent per gallon decline Monday, combined with the drop of 9.8 cents Friday, led to a 2-day decline of 19.32 cents. The Monday settlement of $3.28 a gallon brings the price of ultra-low sulfur diesel on the commodities market below where it was September the 8th. What does that mean? This kind of suggests that traders, looking at the eye-popping spreads between crude and diesel, decided to turn to a more normal relationship. What is normal in diesel anymore is questionable, given the impact of the role of Russian supplies in the market and the structural changes brought about by the IMO 2020. That's the initiative to clean up the sulfur content of marine fuels, which had the concurrent effect of increasing demand for diesel molecules. All right, crystal clear on that, aren't you? Knucklebuster, what's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I'm out here in Sin City, Vegas, one more time. They had a crash and burn over there in New Mexico last night and had a crash and burn in Arizona tonight. So I lost a couple hours, but I've got appointments. This here one I've got is for 8 a.m. in the morning, their time. So I left the house with enough time to get all my breaks in, get my 10-hour breaks in, and get out here and take another 10-hour break, which I've only got like 2 or 3 hours left of drive time anyway. So I'll take a 10-hour break right here in their driveway. The only reason I pull into a truck stop is to take a shower or get some fuel. With Heatwave, he was real gracious to leave me a parking hole over there at the Loves over there in Albuquerque last night, so I could get in there and get me a shower there after I fueled up. So the fuel's cheaper over there than it is over here. It was like $5.80 something cents a gallon down there in Arizona. So that's crazy. My boss man says don't fuel up out here unless you got to, and if you do, They go on about 50 gallons and then run on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That Kraft stuff, that's not real cheese, Steve. That's a cheese product.
Yeah, it's a processed whatever it is.
Right. Processed cheese is not totally real cheese. While it's made of cheese, about 50% of its compositions are non-cheese ingredients.
Yeah.
When it's processed, the actual cheese has changed in flavor and texture, so it's not the same thing there. So I read with this Ontario, Canada woman, she received a package of 1,020 condoms, Steve. She says she never ordered them. Well, she's going to have a lot of sex. That's all I can tell her, right? I blow them up for a party, one there. I want to congratulate them Pennsylvania high school students who organized a walkout to protest the bathroom rule on the trans kids. So them girls and boys up there said, nope, that ain't right. So, and then Pennsylvania has announced that they're going to do an automatic voter registration. When you go get a driver's license, you're automatically going to be registered to vote, whether you want to or not. I guess you could deny it if you wanted to. So, and I see where my girl Danica Patrick done got herself in a little heat by sending a scathing message to Martin Truex Jr. after the death of his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, Sherry Pollock. I guess Danica don't like Martin there, so she probably don't like what's that football player's name? Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, she probably don't like him no more either. And then that other one, I'm trying to think, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's out of my hometown. I don't care for him either. So, we talked about a farting dog on a Singapore Airlines plane yesterday. I read a headline on the New York Post that hundreds of people who identify as dogs gather in Berlin, Germany, in the city center, told them to call animal control if you want to get rid of us. I ain't never identified as a dog. Have you seen?
I can't say that I have.
Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but I have heard that down there at the University of Georgia in Athens, Georgia, that they get down on their hands and knees and bark at one another at them ball games there. Is that true, or is that just a fictitious rumor?
I can't confirm or deny.
Yeah, I know it. Well, Aussie and his wife, I read where they netted $11 million. That's their net worth there, Steve, or exceeded $11 million. That's pretty good for a government worker, isn't it?
Not too shabby, no doubt.
I know that's right. Well, Mark Wahlberg, he's going to retire from acting. Praise the Lord. He needs to quit trying to make cheeseburgers, too. They got one of his restaurants down there at Bass Pro Pyramid in Memphis, and that Bass Pro Pyramid is just a tourist trap. And I had a bad tummy ache after that meal, and thank God for Tom, see. Read where someone's selling a messed up Civic in the wrong Nashville, Steve. I'll send you this article, and it looks like a bad imitation of a three-wheel Harley motorcycle, Steve. And it's in Nashville, Arkansas, instead of Nashville, Tennessee. So,
oh boy.
Yeah, well, that couldn't be that bicycle riding newspaper guy. I ain't heard from him in a while either. So, well, today is pepperoni pizza day, Steve.
Is it?
Get you some?
I did not realize.
Yep.
I did not cash in on my 50-cent hamburger on Monday for cheeseburger day. I don't know.
No, I didn't either, but it's I can't eat pepperoni pizza no more. I'd have to open up a bottle of Tums again. So,
me too.
And the Los Angeles Rams, their decision to kick a field goal in the final seconds of Sunday's loss to the San Francisco 49ers might have had a meaningless impact on the outcome of the game, But the baffling play had significant implications in Vegas, see, and it's all about that money. They said that the Rams' meaningless field goal leaves bettors, sports books, and baffled, but the lights will come on in the morning, see. They still they have more money bet on San Francisco than they did on the Rams, so they didn't lose. And then Vegas bookies are always the winners of every one of these ball games there. Well, that's all of my bull on it for this go around. I'm going to crash in the bed there. You have a good day there. I'm going to get in the bed and be sitting here waiting on them there. Like I said, I don't ever park in them truck stops. I leave the house with just enough time to either get there or make sure I get at least a minimum of 3 hours in the sleeper berth before they open up. That way I can get up and go finish up what I need to do for a pickup and then go find me a parking hole, usually on a ramp or a rest area or somewhere. It don't matter. I go to bed in the shippers and the receivers mainly. So, all right. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers.
Have a good morning. Thank you, Knuckle Buster. I just came across that story a few minutes ago. From the sports world, which says Las Vegas certainly made that call. Coming into Sunday's game, the Los Angeles Rams were 7.5, plus 7.5 in the game against the 49ers. People who took the 49ers were looking damn good to get away with some money. But with a few seconds left in the game, the Rams would suspiciously, they say, kick a meaningless field goal and screw them all over. Okay. Yeah, a lot of folks tweeting about that. 49ers were favored by 7.5 points. They led 30-20 with 4 seconds left. Now, who goes on to kick a field goal with 4 seconds left in the game, right? Yeah, time expired to lose by 7 points, 30-23. That's all about Vegas. And that, a lot of PO'd sports bettors out there. Yeah, Rams really kicked the field goal to cover the spread. All right, it is 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get back at it right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber.
Ready to connect.
Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Oh, well, believe it or not, the holidays are just around the corner. Amazon announcing they plan to add 250,000 workers for the holiday shopping season, which is a big jump, 67% more than the number of people they hired for the past 2 years, as it scrambles to expand their next-day delivery for shoppers. The boost in hiring after it added 50 new fulfillment centers, delivery stations, and same-day delivery in the U.S., and, of course, preparing for their expanded Fall Prime event, which is coming up just around the corner, October 10th and 11th. Now, other U.S. retailers are hiring fewer people in stores and warehouses this year. According to Challenger Gray and Christmas, Macy's said they would hire more than 38,000 full and part-time workers for the upcoming holiday season, which is a decline from previous years. But I don't know how many locations have shuttered their doors. Yeah, I know our local Macy's is no more. But Scenic Route is on board. Been a while since we heard from you. What's been happening?
Hey, Steve Summers. Thank me for making my call.
Right.
Hey, Braindead had a point. In the 12 years that I was with FedEx, they always had free coffee. And I said to him many times, as long as you have this free coffee, I'll stick with you.
Wow.
I do want to say that, Sundance has a bit of an idea as far as parking at receivers, corporations, things like that. It would take a public-private partnership. I mean, if the states who are, always trying to go over their budgets and see if they can build parking, and the federal government, if they wanted to solve the problem, the federal government could subsidize the states with grants to set that up, working with corporations to allow truckers to park overnight in. It'd be voluntary, but if they wanted to take advantage of federal or state money to provide for overnight supervision of their lots, and it wouldn't take many people, security, to oversee that, so that trucks could park in private lots, mega corporation lots, receivers, places like that. I think it would work. There'd have to be enough money so these companies would want to, they could get their share of it. But that would be a solution that I think they should look at. The last thing I want to say is, do you know anything about Big Moose? Have you heard anything about his situation?
I have not, no.
Okay. In that case, I propose that we send our prayers to Big Moose, that everything's going well with him, and that his absence has been voluntary and that he's enjoying life. But I do miss him, and it does, concern me that we haven't heard from him. So I think prayers should go out to him.
Very good. Well, Scenic Route, it's good to hear from you. And don't be a stranger. All right, the whole truck. I mentioned Buttigieg last week. Where was he? South Dakota. He did make the announcement. The FMCSA announced more than $80 million in grant awards for truck parking. According to the news release, the funding will help reduce the frequency and severity of commercial motor vehicle crashes and will support truck drivers expanding access to truck parking, investing in critical technology, improving safety in work zones, Yeah, we depend on our truck drivers every day. We have a responsibility to support their safety and job quality. Today, we're proud to deliver new funding that will improve safety on our nation's roads. The high priority grants include a 65% increase in funding for truck parking projects over last year and enhance critical efforts to support truck drivers and improve safety. Several things included in this announcement: expanding access to truck parking by helping truck drivers locate available rest area truck parking spaces in real time via the likes of dynamic message signs along the highways in Kentucky, Delaware, Indiana, doing research to support automated location-based driver alerts via electronic logging devices that inform drivers of upcoming work zones, enhancing electronic screening technologies like automated license plate readers, U.S. DOT number readers, tire monitoring systems, and hazmat placard readers, and doing outreach and education to combat human trafficking, an effort in which truck drivers can play a key role given their time and attention out there on the roadways. I mean, $80 million sounds like a lot of money, but there's a lot more in there versus just going to truck parking. No idea how many actual truck parking spots might be made available with that piece of the pie, because all those things I just shared there are pretty much secondary to the actual truck parking. Now, he did say, I want to concentrate on what new truck parking means for drivers and for everybody who counts on the highways. I know truck parking is an issue that most Americans probably don't think about. All right, there is legislation in both the House and the Senate to make these rest area expansions far greater than what we're hearing here today. Todd Spencer with OOIDA said the key thing about all that, we all have time and money for those things that we deem important. That's especially true for our lawmakers in D.C. Yeah, we all need to send a message to our lawmakers that this stuff is important to all of America and get it done. So efforts for more truck parking, but there's a lot needed out there. All right, 844-844-3388. That is our number. Coming up, a news break here, bottom of the hour. So, of course, we learned here, a week or so ago, that there will be an inquiry, as they call it, an impeachment inquiry. I guess the wheels will actually begin turning on September the 28th. 8 days from today. More on that coming up. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. More auto workers could be on the picket lines as early as Friday.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain has set a new strike deadline if significant progress isn't achieved in contract talks by noon on Friday, September 22nd. They will mobilize additional local unions to join the stand-up strike.
Ukrainian President Zelensky says Russia has no right to hold nuclear weapons. He addressed the UN General Assembly earlier today as his country continues to fight against Russia's invasion. Zelensky said Russia should have been forced to give up its nuclear weapons in the 1990s. Gas prices are at a 2023 high. AAA said Monday that the national average for regular gas is $3.88 per gallon. It's a 5-cent jump over the past week as nearly a dozen states now average $4 a gallon or higher. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Consult your healthcare provider before use. Introducing Vinia, a breakthrough superfood with a full matrix of polyphenols from the red grape. Enjoy the health benefits of a bottle of red wine, minus alcohol, sugar, and calories. In a clinical trial, Vinia significantly increased the dilation of arteries. This dilation increases your blood flow and the delivery of oxygen and nutrients to your brain, hearts, and other tissues, supporting heart health and improving your physical energy and mental alertness. Use code RADIO to get 10% off your first order at ordervinia.com. That's ordervinia.com. Ordervinia.com. Vinia, better blood flow, better life.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, rolling into a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. All right, apparently House Republicans have scheduled the first hearing in the impeachment inquiry. Keep in mind, this is not an impeachment. This is a hearing, an inquiry. Should we proceed? Now, the outlet said they've learned from unidentified sources. The hearing is set for September the 28th. Of course, McCarthy made the announcement on September 12th, saying investigators have found a culture of corruption surrounding Biden and the family, particular Hunter. Of course, they've been investigating influence peddling involving the president and his son's overseas business dealings. James Comer and other Republicans said there's ample evidence to prove Joe participated in the influence peddling scheme when he was vice president. Now, they also said they're likely to subpoena the bank records of Hunter, as well as the president's brother, James Biden, probably this week. According to the report, a source said the hearing next week won't necessarily tread any new ground. It'll simply be a review of the existing evidence and explain the status of the inquiry. Most Republicans, including McCarthy, have been pretty tight-lipped about their plans for impeachment. According to the Fox News report, Republican leaders hope the inquiry, wherever it might lead, will be wrapped up before primary voting begins for the 2024 election. All right. They're going to kind of rehashing everything that was said last week. All right. One House Republican expressed reservations about impeachment, said he supports the inquiry after that was announced. Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska, a Republican who had previously said it's too early to probe allegations of corruption by the president, had kind of shifted his tone. If there's a high crime or misdemeanor, well, let's get the facts anyway. I don't think it's healthy or good for our country, so I wanted to set the bar high. I want to do it carefully. I want to do it conscientiously. I want to do this meticulously. Now that the stage has been set by McCarthy, so at this point, we will see what the facts are. So moving forward. All right, Sundance wanted to chime back in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clear up. I don't know why I was misunderstood. I don't have a problem with truck parking. Truck parking, there's plenty of truck parking already. Like I said, you can park it. I run over the road for 2 years. I always parked at my receiver the night before. I don't understand what's the problem. It's like all these places are locked up. No, there's always a place. Like Knucklebuster just said, he parks in his driveway. I don't. But okay. And what I was saying is, if you bring somebody in during the night to unload a truck, then that you won't need them tomorrow afternoon. So you're not going to have somebody 24/7. But the system is not as efficient as everybody thinks it is. We're the ones that are making it work because of all the inefficiencies in the system. But all these people coming in and like doing the ELD crawl in the morning when they could got to a dock, instead of sitting out in the driveway or sitting down the street or whatever, that ELD crawl is fixing to go away because they're fixing to make it to where once your tire rolls, you're going to be on duty, and if you ain't get your 10-hour break, if you can't get to that dock, you are going to be in violation. That's coming. I don't know. I don't understand what the problem is with. And Philip, if I put another driver in the truck and I'm going to run 24/7, let me tell you, son, you got to put double fuel in the truck. You got to make double payments, or you're going to have a wore-out ass truck, and it ain't worth nothing. So you better do that, or you're going to be in trouble. And you got to pay a double driver pay. So the price of the operating that truck just went up. But it's not about not rolling. It's about being delayed because of shippers and receivers not open. Now I don't know what's so hard to understand about that. But but my company's coming. We've got about 3,000 people signed up right now. And OOIDA, I'm gonna tell you what, you have done nothing for this industry. You have done nothing for truck drivers out here. I don't know what people pay for that, but it's not worth it. The truck drivers were getting 10 cents a mile, Steve, in 1970. I think we've gone over this, and we've gone up 6 times that, 60 cents a mile in the last 52 years. What? Is that kept up with inflation? No, corporations put that in their pocket. Yeah, that's all we're doing. We're just feeding the beast that pays for your elections and pays for your politicians. And Y'all are just slaves.
Well,
I don't understand the mentality.
Sundance, I mean,
Did you see Smokey and the Bandit?
we've been over this before, Sundance. Not everybody out there is disappointed with their job. Not everybody's got a bad attitude like you. Yeah, someone suggested earlier, it sounds maybe like Sundance needs to find another line of work if he's not making the money he wants. Not everybody's in your boat, Sundance. And companies are going to pay what they have to pay to move the freight. Yeah, we all know, in many cases, it's a race to the bottom. If you can find somebody to haul it cheaper, and in many cases, companies cut their own throats. Yeah, they need freight. I'll haul it for less. Well, I'll haul it for less than they will. I'll haul it for less than that. Yeah, what do you expect the shipper to do? If you've got people willing to bid against one another, you're going to pay the least you've got to pay. And if you're going to be bringing drivers in from other countries, which there's hundreds of thousands of them out there right now that really don't know what the hell they're doing to begin with. I shared the story earlier. You know, the speak and know English drivers that didn't even know how to set up a damn triangle. Yeah, they're out there running these highways. Now, and they feel like the money they're making, they're getting rich in their minds. They don't anticipate making $100,000 a year. Hey, they're loving that $30,000 a year job. But we move on. All right. Pappy brought this story up last evening. We touched on the 17-year-old that actually, the video that had come out where he's accused of intentionally hitting the bicyclist and killing the retired police chief. That hit and run last month. Vegas prosecutors are now seeking to charge the 17-year-old as an adult. The incident now getting some national attention, they say, after the video that was the cell phone video recorded by the passenger in the car went viral on social media, showing how they conspired to perform an intentional act, laughing on the video as they deliberately plowed into the cyclist after saying, "Ready? Yeah. Hit his ass." Apparently that was the quote on the video. All right. Retired Bell, California police chief, the 64-year-old killed when the bicycle he was riding on was rammed by that vehicle. The district attorney's office Monday released a statement saying they want the teen certified as an adult. I am confident justice will be served in this matter once this investigation is complete. Additional charges may be forthcoming, and an investigation into the car's passenger is actually ongoing as well. Police department released a statement Monday, said they're looking for the second person who was in the car who filmed the incident, actively working to identify the passenger in the car. All right, the car that hit the officer did not stay at the scene. Officers later located the driver and arrested him on charges related to the hit and run. According to police, the team was fleeing another hit and run at the time, and the car he was in was reported stolen. Of course, that stolen vehicle, they said that teen, maybe all three of them, were accused of possibly being involved in several other car thefts earlier in that same day. Just out there, it's all fun and games, joyride, right? And murder on the streets. What's going on with 5-7? Back at it here on a Wednesday.
Well, yeah, I'm just doing some thinking because Sunday's a little bit confusing. He tried to clear it up, and I think you straightened him out a little bit. And I think we're doing this respectfully, conversation. You're not going to shut the... Sundance says, to get our way with the upper management, we all need to shut all these trucks down. It's not going to happen. I got my boss, small operation. He pays me very well. And until he tells me to park truck, that's the way it's going to be. This truck's going to roll. Other than that, you're talking about in the old days, in 80, 81, where people were actually taking shots and throwing bricks off of top of bridges. So, no, it's not going to happen. And remember this, and I think it's sort of cute and it's something to think about. The auto unions saying, Biden, thanks but no thanks. UPS, Biden, thanks but no thanks. Yellow freight unions, oh no, we're good, thank you. All they got to do is go to the railroad. These guys weren't even asking for a dime more. They were asking for some time, so they didn't have to operate sick, that they wouldn't lose their job because they had a sick kid at the house and they needed to be there.
Right.
It's amazing. So I got to wonder if the unions are going to be telling everybody to go vote for Biden or Democrats. Well, if the Republicans don't put out that little ditty that I just said, fine. The only way you're going to affect the upper management, and this is the truth, it can be done. It's up to you to find the cash to do it, as you buy up all the stock in whatever company you've got a problem with. You get, let's say you buy up all the stock, you become the majority stock owner in that company. So all your votes, now you can go to the, let's say the company manager, $3 million a year. Well, you're making too much. We want to fire him. So you fire him. Well, look around. Who are you going to put in that seat? The man probably, if it was the company was going right along, doing good, then he probably was doing a good job. Most investors look at it that way. He's doing a good job. He's worth that money. So you fire him, now you go and look for somebody to replace him. I ain't going to do it for anything less than that, or maybe $4 million, because, hey, I don't know if you're going to fire me in a couple of weeks. So that's the only way you're going to be able. You're going to have to get up in among them and get up in that class to work. It's just the way things are. What it reminds me of is that Woody Guthrie, down in the 30s and everything during the Depression, this land is your land, this land is my land, in California, that's a communist song. It's just, they were singing against people that have and singing for the people that have not. And it's the same thing with this rare hair fella. He's got this great voice. I listened to his song, and it's just, I noticed that the Republicans tried to draft him into one of their conventions or whatever. And he said, no, he ain't got it. Well, he ain't going to do it. Republicans think the answer, Democrat, you know what? We all know the problem. We got the closest we ever got to the answer to that problem, and that's with Donald J. Trump, and that's why everybody hates the man. We all got raises. If you were a waitress down at McDonald's or any place, you got a raise because gas was cheaper, food was cheaper, things were cheaper. So even though you didn't get a cash raise from your boss, your money went farther because fuel was cheaper. We were oil export. You hear what I'm saying? Donald Trump put coal mines, whole towns in West Virginia, put them to work. I've seen it with my own eyes. You got oil, your auto industry, we're going to shut down, move to Mexico. He went up there and shamed them, said, you really? The American people, taxpayers, saved your butt? You're going to do this to them? I think they changed it. It's up there near you somewhere. I think they went to build minivans or something. But the man, I was a Ted Cruz supporter, but Lord, the closest we ever got to break this thing and make both these gentlemen happy is Donald J. Trump. And other than that, truck parking, and bless his hard ego, called earlier this week and he said, all right, I left this lot because it's a paid lot. I left this lot, this is a paid lot. Well, I don't have that problem. I'm like Knuckles there. I park right there at my house, and then I go to work, come back, and park at my house. I don't stop nowhere. I just deliver, come back to my house. But he also included that these lots were full of huge potholes you could lose a Toyota in. Somebody's got to pay to fix these lots. Someone's got to take it. That one young man said government. That means taxpayers are going to have to pay for this stuff. And that's fair enough. Cut the taxes on some of these lots that are, businesses that are running these lots. That's an option. But somebody's got to pay to fill in these holes. And even one more thing, and not my backyard, I think Brain Dead said. Yeah, because when the sun comes up and everybody leaves, who's gonna pick up all that biohazard, the pee bottles, the trash, and everything that's left behind in the truck stop? So, we're part of the problem, and part of the answer would be to pick up the trash, put it in a dumpster somewhere, and be more responsible for ourselves. But the closest we've had an answer to any of this stuff has been Donald J. Trump. Now, the only way we're going to fix what we got is we got to get the House, we got to get the Senate, and then get something done. We only have 4 years to do it in, but this is serious. This is serious. You think it's bad now? When the Democrats get total control, who knows where this is going to go? So
Katie bar the door.
It might be. That's it. I'll go with that. Katie bar the door. Listen, the main thing is, as long as we've got Steve Summers overnight drive, where we could come here and talk about the issues and maybe build up a motion to go in the right direction, we got something here. So other than that, we're going to sit back and wait for that. Can you believe it? Thursday morning notification.
I can't believe it. No. We are in the 20th day of September. What happened on this date years gone by? We'll touch on a few of those coming up. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, my. Seems like just yesterday, but some of these events on this date in history we remember so well. As here we are, 20th day of September. Yeah, having just celebrated the 22nd anniversary of the September 11 attacks on the United States. It was on this date, that same month in 2001, in an address to the joint session of Congress and the American people, George W. Bush declared the war on terrorism. Well, and that fight continues today. The same day, this date, 10 years later, September 20th of 2011, the U.S. military ends the don't ask, don't tell policy, allowing gay men and women to serve openly for the first time. I remember well. This date, 1998. The Baltimore Orioles third baseman Cal Ripken Jr. chooses to set out the Orioles game against the New York Yankees, ending his record streak for consecutive Major League Baseball games played at 2,632 games. That was an incredible run. All right, this day, 1982, the National Football League players began what was ultimately a 57-day strike. And lastly, I don't remember this one. It was September the 20th of 1971. I was a young tyke at the time. But having weakened after making landfall in Nicaragua the previous day, it was Hurricane Irene that regained enough strength to be renamed Hurricane Olivia, making it at the time the first known hurricane to cross from the Atlantic Ocean into the Pacific Ocean, crossing from one side to the other. That's 1971? Wonder how many headlines could we dig up from the archives about global warming, climate change. This has never, ever happened in history before. A hurricane crossing from the Atlantic to the Pacific. You know what? There were no claims of global warming at the time because we were actually in the process a few years later of leading up to the hype and the scare tactics that we're going back into an ice age. Because I remember being indoctrinated with that as a youngster. We're all going to freeze to death. All right, final hour coming up. Jump on board at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. More auto workers could be on the picket lines by the end of the week.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain has set a new strike deadline if significant progress isn't achieved in contract talks by noon on Friday, September 22nd. They will mobilize additional local unions to join the stand-up strike. Currently, the strike involves 3 auto plants, each representing one of the big 3 automakers. I'm John Schaefer.
Most Americans aren't confident in the country's political system. According to a new Pew Research Center poll, only 4% think the political system is working extremely or very well. Meanwhile, nearly 2/3 have little to no confidence in the figure of U.S. politics. Eagle Pass, a Texas border town, has enacted an emergency declaration due to the surge in illegal immigration. This past weekend alone, the southwest border saw over 35,000 arrests, averaging nearly 9,000 apprehensions per day. The San Diego-based sunglass company is making national headlines in college football. Terry Snyder with Blenders Eyewear in San Diego says the company has received a boost the last few weeks from their partnership with Hall of Famer and head coach of 19th-ranked Colorado, Deion Sanders.
The college football season has been insane for us so far, especially after we decided to partner with Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes as their preferred sunglass partner.
Coach Prime has been wearing a special version of Blenders sunglasses, and during last week's nationally televised rivalry game against Colorado State, he was called out by the opposing coach for wearing them during interviews. Deion turned that into a marketing opportunity, buying Blenders for his whole team. Tomorrow night's Powerball jackpot, $672 million. This is USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
The Marine Corps is suspending flights for 2 days after an F-35 disappeared for hours when a pilot ejected over South Carolina on Sunday. Debris from the plane was eventually found around 100 miles north of Charleston, but the incident has raised questions about how the military could lose a multi-million-dollar fighter jet. Spokesperson from Joint Base Charleston said the plane's transponder wasn't working, making it nearly impossible to track. Taylor Swift sends messages to fans on National Voter Registration Day.
Look what you made me do.
Taylor Swift is encouraging her fans to register to vote today, National Voter Registration Day. Swift raised awareness on Instagram, urging fans to use the powerful voices she's heard throughout the Eras Tour in this year's elections. The singer said it takes less than 2 minutes to register to vote on vote.org. Maine's largest serving senator says she'll wear a bikini on the Senate floor to protest the relaxed dress code of the chamber. Republican Susan Collins then clarified it was a joke and added her threat was a protest of Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's decision to suspend the Senate's dress code. Schumer changed the dress code, many think, to accommodate Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman, who wears a hoodie and gym shorts in the Senate building. He's been casting votes from the hallway in order to avoid breaking the former dress code rules. Dave Collins, USA News.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Consult your healthcare provider before use. Introducing Vinia, a breakthrough superfood with a full matrix of polyphenols from the red grape. Enjoy the health benefits of a bottle of red wine, minus alcohol, sugar, and calories. In a clinical trial, Vinia significantly increased the dilation of arteries. This dilation increases your blood flow and the delivery of oxygen and nutrients to your brain, hearts, and other tissues, supporting heart health and improving your physical energy and mental alertness. Use code RADIO to get 10% off your first order at ordervinia.com. That's ordervinia.com. Ordervinia.com. Vinia, better blood flow, better life.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final round on a hump day. All right. Knucklebuster mentioned one of the stories he mentioned. I don't know what the significance. Pennsylvania becomes the latest state to roll out automatic voter registration when a citizen receives or renews their driver's license. It's about, half the country now. This makes Pennsylvania the 24th state to implement automatic voter registration. Governor Shapiro took to Twitter, or X, to share the announcement. By expanding voter registration at our DMVs, we'll save taxpayers time and money, reduce the number of paper registrations, and streamline voter registration for Pennsylvanians. Since 1993, Americans have been able to register to vote at a state motor vehicle agency. Now in Pennsylvania, the process went from 19 screens of questions to 11 with automatic voter registration. He called it a common sense step to ensure election security and save Pennsylvania's time and tax dollars. So yes, now nearly half of the states have made the registration process automatic, and as we heard Taylor Swift touting this past day, Joe Biden has called September 19 National Voter Registration Day. All right, meanwhile, Deion said, I guess he did a 60 Minutes interview. Kind of the talk of the town in college football right now. I didn't realize when he came into Colorado, he really shook things up there at that university. He says, tough talk and truth are rare but necessary. As noted by Sports Illustrated, the team is unexpected at 3-0. Having just finished the overtime victory of Colorado State. After the game, he said there was a tremendous amount of adversity tonight, but we overcame it. We started out playing like hot garbage, but we got it done in the end. But during that 60 Minutes interview, he defended his tactic after arriving at Colorado from Jackson State, where he apparently told many of the players for his school to transfer out. Something about 50 players would actually later do. You take a team that's won one game and you fire the whole coaching staff. So who did the coaching staff recruit? The kids. So the kids are just as much to blame as the coaching staff. I came to the conclusion that a multitude of them couldn't help us get where we wanted to go. Talking about the actual players. He said, telling players that I'm going to make life hard, that was a strategy. Now, if you went for that, if you were able to let words run you off, you ain't for us, because we're old school staff. We coach hard, we coach tough, we're disciplinarians, so If you're allowing verbiage to run you off because you don't feel secure with your ability, you ain't for us. Now, I'm sure that the straight talk was appreciated by some, but the interviewer said, this is kind of a scorched earth policy. Is this good for college football? Is this good for the kids? To which he said, I think truth is good for kids. We're so busy lying, we don't even recognize the truth no more in society. We want everybody to feel good. That's not the way life is. It's my job to make sure I have what we need to win. That makes a lot of people feel good. Winning does. The interviewer went on to say he needed to push back, asking Sanders if he'd want his children who are college athletes to be told by their coach to maybe transfer, go somewhere else. To which he said, I'd say, son, you must not be doing well if they were told that. Yeah, you must not be doing well because you should be an asset and not a liability. I'm honest with my kids. Okay. There's another coach that I've heard over the years that, one Alabama Crimson Tide coach is tough as hell to play under. I guess being tough. Well, Rick just said it's called tough love. Go, Dion, go. All right, Sergeant MacGyver checking in here. What's been happening?
Steve, I've been under the weather. I'm so sorry. I'll try not to cough and get out my words. I hope you been doing well.
Yes.
Shows have been great. I've just been coughing too much, and I think I just had a bad summertime cold. I want to talk about the economies, and I'm no economist, but I wind up being one more and more. You are so informed, and you hit the nail on the head. Truck drivers are victims of themselves or other truck drivers. They don't manage their money, especially when times are great. Then when they need money when times are bad, they're in trouble. I had heard of an owner-operator couple that had a $7,800 a month truck payment.
Wow.
Can you believe that? These stinking expediter conferences, and I'm an expediter. I no longer run a tractor trailer, but I got my share of that. But it comes down to money management. I don't get up every day and get that Starbucks or that $2 cup of coffee. I make my own. I don't run to the mechanic every time I need a filter changed. I change my own. My point is a common sense thing that your grandparents probably told you. When the going's great, put your money back for the rainy day. And I say all this because, and I apologize, I joined you as quick as I could this morning, but I didn't get all of Sundance's calls. But we talk about, well, they should do this, they should do that. Why isn't there more parking? Steve, have you ever looked at a commercial water bill for any business that's got any pavement or parking? I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I don't think people realize. I'm sorry.
No, I've never seen it. Only water bill I've seen is like my personal water bill, and I'm typically not real happy when that happens.
Well, exactly, because you wind up spending like a third or less for your water.
Yes.
But then the water bill is compounded by this stormwater drainage.
Correct.
And a lot of people don't realize these municipalities, they pay for their stormwater drainage projects via our water bills. So if they want to improve the stormwater drainage in this part of the county, city, or whatever, well, they take from that fund. And I tell this people, because why is a shower $17? It's not the shower you're paying for. You're paying for that municipality to fund their stormwater drainage products. So I want to speak to Sundance briefly, and I don't want to make this all about just talking to him. But when you talk about, well, they should build more parking, this, that, and the other, their water bills are severely taxed by the square footage of the pavement or the concrete they put down. And these are some of the barriers to entry for these truck stops to open up or not open up where we need them. And, Sundance sounds like a real analytical guy, and I try to, give him his view and his opinion, but he talks about the ELD crawl. Who cares? Let other folk, don't worry about things, as I've said to him before. Worry about what you can change and influence. But then when he responded to the other driver saying, well, if I get a second driver and I run 24/7, I'm doubling all my costs. That's just not true. I just encourage Sundance and other folks that's not very business-oriented, know your numbers. If you don't know your numbers, you're just speaking opinions. Speak some more facts and less opinion. But Steve, you got to love the Democratic talking points. Let's raise the minimum wage. We need to pay a living wage at McDonald's and stuff like that. We all know it. Minimum wage goes up to $15. Well, the $5 hamburger goes up to $8, $9, or $10.
Yep.
You raise the minimum wage. Prices raised. Joe Biden is the cause of the UAW strike. Sure, UPS struck. They got a great deal. UAW is like, hey, we want a piece of that. But why? Because our wages are lagging behind our costs. These foreign workers coming here, my wife's Chinese, they live on nothing. Because just like you said, they make $300, $400, $500 a week, and they think they're getting rich. Why? Because they manage their money. Sundance, God bless you. Manage your money. Get into a career you're happy with. You talked about 3,000 people signing up for your company. Well, big boy, when you get your own company, you're about to find out these costs that I'm talking about, like these commercial water bills. Steve, thanks for taking my call.
And I can vouch for the fact that my water bill is, however much the actual water usage is, say it's $31. That wouldn't be bad, right? Then the sewage is double that amount. So my $30 bill is more like a $93 bill. It's paying for the storm drains, the sewage systems. But people that are, if you're on a septic, things like that, you don't have to pay that exorbitant cost for the water bill. But all right, when I shared that story about Pennsylvania, James, he just said Pennsylvania divvies out driver's licenses to illegals. I was kind of wondering if that was the case. Obviously, what they're saying is they're going to have the questionnaire. Yeah, they're going to have the form when you're, I guess, doing your driver's license thing. Yeah, people will have to answer those questions honestly, or they'll, I suppose, right, illegals would end up on the registered voter rolls. And I kind of wondered if that would be the case. All right, let's see, warehouse pay. Woodbecker said, hey, Steve, I'm not sure how common this is in the food distribution centers, but we've got a flashing sign out front of our Gas City, Indiana, D.C., advertising up to $31.95 per hour for order selectors. And even at that pay, it's hard to get people. Okay, thank you very much, Woodson. Well, that's pretty darn good pay, isn't it? All right, 844-844-3388. You got clear lines. Let's see. Oh, Brother Rambler sends us an email. Good morning or good evening. Oh, Brother Rambler, checking in just checking in with you. I'm still here. I'm still a fan of the greatest college football team, the Alabama Crimson Tide. But more importantly, I'm a fan of Jesus Christ. Been off the past few days, and now I'm back at it. I'll try to call in later. The lines had been busy, so that's why I'm emailing. Yeah, we were full lines here a couple hours ago. They're clear now. Let's see. I'll be pulling double duty this Sunday. as I'll be in Petal, Mississippi, preaching at Rivers of Life Church, Cartersville Road, Petal, Mississippi. After that, I'll drive back down to Determined Ministries Church in Mobile, Alabama, to bring the word to the congregation there. Just wanted everybody to know that I love them. That's just not another four-letter word.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Sean forwards the info. I guess it must have been a real mess around Columbus this past morning. Because 270 was shut down for hours. Let's see, one dead after a semi overturned on Interstate 270 eastbound near southwest Columbus Tuesday, according to the Franklin County Sheriff's Office, a little after 6:30 in the morning. A white Freightliner tractor trailer towing tandem trailers traveling east on 270, approaching I-71, when it lost control. A truck crossed from the fast lane to the median, where it rolled onto its side and ended up facing west. There were no other vehicles involved in the crash, but the driver was taken to Grant Medical Center. Critical condition, was pronounced deceased at 7:50 a.m. Ultimately, I-270 was shut down for more than 12 hours due to a possible hazmat spill. Wow. Yeah, all day. So yeah, I bet it was a messy commute around Columbus yesterday morning. Yeah, Steve could probably verify that because he chimes in. Good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. We just got about halfway through the week, and the weekend can't get here fast enough. Feels like we're going pretty slow this week, though. Nonetheless, the coffee is ready. Everything's loaded, and it's time to head into town, get the trash wagon ready once again. We're actually headed to West Virginia today. Yeah, that's a bit different load. All right, everybody enjoy safe travels out there. Yeah, typically, if you got somewhere else to go, he's headed over toward Indianapolis, right? All right, Captain Ron, what do you say?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Did I hear Scarecrow right saying that he don't know how many tickets he's buying for tomorrow night?
I believe that was the case, but I think he also said no matter
I think that's what he said.
No matter how many he buys, he's probably not going to be quitting his day job.
Well, the problem is he's buying the tickets for the wrong day. Don't you think? Because the drawing's tonight.
Is it a Wednesday night?
Yeah. Anyway, I stopped at the store to get me some deodorant, and it said, remove cap and push up bottom. But Steve, it's awful hard to walk now, but it sure does smell good when you let one rip. Where's that dynamite button when you need it?
Yeah, you're not
I'll
kidding.
Talk to you later.
All right, have a good morning. Thank you so much. There you go. What do we got? A couple minutes to get a news break. Spaceman is on board. What do he say? He says, "What's up, good buddy?" It's been a while since been called, "Hey, good buddy." All right, meanwhile, just enough time to share a couple of tidbits here. A lot of folks are cutting back on their spending. An overwhelming majority of Americans, 92%, have cut back on spending over the past 6 months. And 76% plan to continue to curtail spending on non-essential items right through the holiday season, according to a Morning Consult poll for CNBC. Also, 62% expect to reduce their outlay on essential items in the next 6 months. All right, poll conducted among 4,403 U.S. adults between last Tuesday and Thursday. While 54% have trimmed their grocery budget, major discretionary spending categories have also been hit pretty much across the board. Here's some of the biggest areas Americans have been watching their money in the past 6 months. America's biggest budget cuts, clothing and apparel, 63%. Restaurants and bars, 62%. Entertainment outside the home, 56%. Groceries at 54%. Recreational travel and vacations, 53%. And electronics, 50%. It's all about the stubbornly high inflation, they tell us. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. White House officials won't be heading to Detroit to help with labor negotiations. President Biden said last week that Labor Secretary Julie Su and Senior Advisor Gene Sperling would go to Detroit to give support as the United Auto Workers and companies try to work out a deal. The White House says it's most productive for the two to continue discussions from Washington, D.C. instead. One prison escapee is back in custody while the search continues for another. John Fink has this story.
One of the two women who walked out of a transitional reentry facility over the weekend has been caught in Orange County. 32-year-old Janelle Rice has been arrested in Stanton. 31-year-old Diana Sanchez remains on the loose.
The first hearing in the impeachment inquiry of President Biden will be held by the House next week. The House Oversight Committee said it will focus on constitutional and legal questions surrounding the president's involvement in corruption and abuse of public office. Dave Collins, USA News.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Consult your healthcare provider before use. Introducing Vinia, a breakthrough superfood with a full matrix of polyphenols from the red grape. Enjoy the health benefits of a bottle of red wine minus the alcohol, sugar, and calories.
The improvements that Vinia has made to my life have been tremendous. There was no better test for me that it was working than when I had to go off of it. Everything just fell back in. The fog, the falling asleep in the afternoon, that's why I know it works, is because I went without it for a few days and hello, my old self again.
In a clinical trial, Vinia significantly increased the dilation of arteries. This dilation increases your blood flow and the delivery of oxygen and nutrients to your brain, heart, and other tissues, supporting heart health and improving your physical energy and mental alertness. Use code RADIO to get 10% off your first order at ordervinia.com. That's ordervinia.com. Ordervinia.com. Vinia. Better blood flow, better life.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get a load of this one. I think Knucklebuster also sent this in my way. And yeah, he's been sending a lot of the satirical stuff, some of the funny stuff, but this is a serious story. You know, all the talk of the January 6th insurrection. Questions, you know, did the FBI have individuals actually in the crowd? And I guess the answer to that question is yes, they did. And how many? I mean, I guess to the point where they actually lost count, according to the New York Post story. All right, we'll give you more on that coming up here. First of all, though, I promised we'd get to Spaceman. What's up, good buddy?
Hey, good buddy. How are you? Hey, how's Big Ed doing?
Are you with me? Doing all right. He chimed in about, I guess it was maybe about a week ago. But
yeah, he's the undisputed king of all football knowledge.
yes.
But I have a little football story for you. There's a driver I see nightly. He's from Connecticut. So he went to a Patriots game this last weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's sitting about 15 rows in front of this box where the television announcers and radio guys are up there. And there was two guys in the audience with Miami. Is it still Miami Dolphins? It's Dolphins, but what are they still out of Miami?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they had Miami Dolphins jerseys, and there was some banter back and forth between them and the Patriots fans, and then a little bit of pushing and shoving. And these two guys were sitting 2 rows behind the guy I know. And so then one of the Patriot fans, he has season tickets, pushed one of them guys down the steps, and he fell down. Then he came back up, and there was a little bit of pushing and shoving, so the Patriot guy punched him. And then he punched him 2 or 3 times and knocked him down in his seat and killed him right there in the stands.
Really?
And
dead, huh?
Yeah, good. Yeah, pull that news story up, and you can
Wow.
get the guy's name and stuff. So these guys had to announce the game, and this is going on right in front of them. They, as far as I know, they never mentioned a word of it. You know, it's made the news. So sitting a couple rows in front of my friend, people got their phones out and made videos of it. So there's raw footage on YouTube, and then the news runs clips of it right up to the fight. They won't show the punches on the regular news. But my friend is in that footage because he's in between the people that filmed it and the fight, you know, and his back's toward him, like a little bit of side view in his back and whatnot, because he's watching what's going on. But he ended up in all these videos of this fight. But I've never been to a professional football game, but is that like if the Hells Angels and Pagans run into each other? Like, can 2 guys from Pittsburgh go to a Bengals game and, like, do you, like, have fights in the parking lot, or you watch your back the whole time and stuff, or can they sit side by side normally and root for their team? Like, because when I went to Google this story, it's unbelievable how many like football fights there is.
Right. I mean, did you see you see the video out of Cincinnati where apparently the guy that was getting arrested had just been in a fight? See, when the cops put him in handcuffs, they stood him up, and then he headbutted another fan and knocked him out. TKO right there.
Jesus, it's crazy, right? I mean, you've been to the games in person. Is this isolated, or is this kind of an every game kind of thing? Like,
it seems like there's a lot of it going on out there. I mean, I always say, people, it's just a game. But I know my sister is a Pittsburgh fan, and when she goes to a Cincinnati game in her Pittsburgh jersey, I mean, she's liable to get beer thrown on her. Cincinnati's not too bad about that.
Oh,
but
wow.
apparently, I mean, certain stadiums that you go into are a lot more notorious for people being very, very rude and hostile towards anybody that's a fan of the opposing team.
So when you go to buy beers or popcorn or what, like, you just constantly get crap at like everywhere you walk around. Where you come there with a jersey from another team, but he broke his toe Labor Day. You know, you said, the only thing is I'm parking a mile from the stadium. I got to walk in, and I'm like, how's the game? He said, you're not going to believe this. This guy was killed 2 rows directly, like literally 2 seats behind him. That guy was hit 2 or 3 times in the head and fell back in his seat. He said his leg was twisted in like an awkward position, you know. And he said his eyes rolled up in the back of his head and he passed out. And the ushers were with him for a while. He said it took forever. Then security came and then medics. And the guy that hit him walked away with the security. But according to the news I'm reading online, there still hasn't been an arrest made. They're going to do an autopsy.
Right.
And see if it's like the blows to the head killed him, or did he die of a heart attack from the
being in a
excitement
fight.
of the fight, or what? But this guy could have manslaughter charges put on him, or I don't think it's self-defense at that point. Yeah, he was knocked down the steps, but you know, he could have walked away. You know what I mean? At a certain point, you walk away from it. It's more of a retaliation than a self-defense, because it wasn't an exchange, a spur-of-the-moment exchange, I don't believe. But what do you see in the headlines about it?
Pretty much what you're saying. The fact that there haven't been charges pressed yet. They said Mooney's wife said that, the best of her knowledge, that he didn't have a heart condition. He was a dedicated Patriots fan, season ticket holder for 30 years. I guess the investigation is ongoing, but yeah, one of the witnesses said it was pretty unsettling for sure. He basically just grabbed another fan. They started tussling around for a few minutes. At one point, another Dolphins fan walked over and punched him, and the man just went out. So like lights out.
That was what was unclear to my buddy, if it was the same guy pushed down the steps that hit him, or if it was his buddy that hit him. So it sounds like his buddy hit him after he shoved his friend down the steps. But yeah, the whole shenanigans is unclear to me. I didn't see the raw footage. I just seen when I searched on YouTube, I seen news clips about it. But from what I understand, I have friends that seen the raw footage. It's on YouTube somewhere. Yeah, that's insane. Like, to go to a sports event and
right. You go
it's
to
funny people
get in a fight and they get dead. That people, I don't understand. I mean, it's all just a game, right? At the end of the day, there's only one winner and one loser on any given game.
They're so invested in it, like it's my team, we won.
Yeah.
No, you didn't win. Like, people you don't even know won a game, and you know, if you grew up in another neighborhood, you'd be rooting for that other team. You know. Hey, one of your, like, I know absolutely zero about football, but you have a guy from Ohio. He's like quarterback for Penn State, right? Are you aware of that?
I don't know much about.
I'm surprised he didn't go to Ohio State, but I hear he's doing real good for Penn State, and he's from Ohio.
I would not be real up to speed on who plays for who in college sports at all, let alone the NFL.
But there's a kind of a situation where, you know, Penn State travels to Ohio and everybody's rooting for Ohio, or right there in Happy Valley, they're rooting for Penn State, and here you have an Ohio guy, quarterback for the team, that could very well be playing for Ohio, and people get all fired up about these games and want to fight about them. It seems crazy to me. Yeah, I would have thought that would have been a bigger news story than than what it was. You know, I knew about it because I knew a person that was personally seen it happen. But after the whole sports weekend, that wasn't really big talk, was it?
I had not yet seen or heard anything about it, but I don't follow, a lot of the sports news real close,
Yeah. Yeah, maybe somebody else knows more about that.
I just came across the Cincinnati because that was somebody had posted the video on Facebook that he caught it. He caught the whole thing on video. The guy's in handcuffs. Police stand him up. And there's another, it's another, I think, a Bengals, somebody mouthing off said something to him. And this dude just lunged forward and headbutted this guy, and he went down like a sack of potatoes. Boom.
Can you really? The other thing is, how much beer can you drink at $13 a can? I'm sure a lot of it's alcohol fueled. Right?
Oh yeah. Well, of course they're out there. They're out there. They're out there for a 1 o'clock kickoff at 6 o'clock in the morning drinking beer. Though that's the thing.
Right. Okay, then that's probably the problem. Let's drink all the free beer in the parking lot, hard and heavy as we can, because they're $10 a piece inside, and then they go in ripped. Then have one or two inside, and they're beating the hell out of each other.
That's the truth.
Yeah, that's some crazy stuff, man. I never seen any stuff like this at all the biker parties I've been to, and bike rallies and racing events and stuff like that. I just didn't know how crazy it gets at these football games.
I had, Scotty came into town here, I don't know how many years ago it was. It was actually for a baseball, I think it was opening day. And it was the Reds and the Cardinals. Now, Scott's a big Cardinals fan, so, we had gone down. He'd got a hotel room downtown Cincinnati, and we're down for the parade and then down to the big crowd partying before going into the stadium for the actual game. But, had his Cardinals shirt on, and, everybody, giving him boos and oohs and, get out of here. And he didn't get beer thrown on him or anything, but, it does make you a little bit nervous to be out there. And he kept a smile on his face and played it off. He said it's all in good fun, but some people would actually go to the point of actually wanting to fight about it. Get out of our town. All right, lest I forget, real quick, let me get to the January 6th story. The FBI, according to the New York Post, the FBI had so many paid informants at the Capitol on January 6th that they lost track of the number and had to perform a later audit to determine exactly how many, quote, confidential human sources run by different FBI field offices were present that day. According to a former assistant director of the Bureau who testified to lawmakers, at least one informant was communicating with his FBI handler as he entered the Capitol. According to Stephen D'Atuno, formerly in charge of the Bureau's Washington field office, he's testified behind closed doors to the House Judiciary Committee that his office was aware before the riot that some of their informants would attend a Stop the Steal rally thrown by former President Trump, but he only learned after the fact that informants run by other field officers were also present, along with others who had participated of their own accord. Now, the Washington field office had to ask FBI headquarters to do a poll or put out something to people saying, were any CHS involved, confidential human sources, so they could get a handle on the scale of the FBI's spying operation at the Capitol that day. Now, he said, we started getting responses back from FBI headquarters, which helped identify which field offices had planted confidential informants in the crowd. One paid informant from the Kansas City field office was at the Capitol as the crowd surged inside and allegedly was in communication with his FBI handler while they were in the crowd, I think saying that they were going in. They're going in. We're going to try to stop some of the action happening, and they left or whatnot. Asked how many informants the audit discovered were in the crowd that day, he responded, a handful. The FBI spends an average of $42 million each year in payments to its confidential human sources, according to the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General, which has raised concerns about the vetting process for these paid informants. In a letter to the FBI Director, Christopher Wray, Tuesday, Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan described this testimony as extremely concerning. It suggests the FBI cannot adequately track the activities and operations of their own informants, and they've lost control of the confidential human sources present at the Capitol on January 6th. These revelations reinforce existing concerns identified by Special Counsel John Durham about the FBI's use and payment to confidential sources who have actually fabricated evidence and misrepresented information. The Justice Department Inspector General also identified critical problems in the FBI's confidential human sources program, including their failure to fully vet human sources and the FBI's willingness to ignore red flags that would call into question an informant's reliability. All this, after the fact. Where was all this information when the January 6th committee was doing their little thing? Oh, that's right, because it was headed by Democrats who didn't want to ask questions like that. It was all a one-sided story. That's right. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
What's been happening?
Oh, not much. Hey, I was calling in on these guys talking about the economy and that, and one of the factors that I discovered, my wife and I got blessed enough about 8 years ago that we're able to get out of debt on everything but our house, and we've maintained that up to this point. And it makes it a lot easier to get through these hard times when you don't have that debt down there. And I just try to encourage everybody out there that I talk to. I do financial counseling with people if they want to call me and talk to me about it, but do your best that you can to get out of debt. It requires a change of your mindset and the way that you're doing things, the way that you're living, and it can be done. And once you get to that point, it changes your whole thought process, your philosophy, and the prices are high right now and gas is high and that, but we're not as affected by it as by somebody that's got a lot of debt overwhelming them. Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to put it out there. They can find my number on my Facebook page there if they want to call and talk to me about it. I can give them some advice on how we did it, and it can be done regardless. I had 6 figures worth of debt and was in pretty bad shape, and we got it all done and took care of it.
Wow.
And it's just been a real blessing, and relieves a lot of stress in your life when you can have that. Be in that situation, and then like with what my wife went through this year with her being sick and having to have surgery and all that stuff too, we've had the stress of that relief. Of course, I work for a company that's got pretty good insurance too. We're real blessed along those lines too, but that's all I'm saying. Anybody that out there that get my number off there, if they want to call and talk to me about it, I can give them some advice on how we did that and got out of debt, because it's all about once we're out of debt, then we can take control back of our own lives, and it makes this stuff a lot less stressful.
I saw a headline here a few days ago. I think it's something along the lines that the average American household has surpassed the $10,000 in credit card debt threshold. Now, obviously, some have a lot more than others, but I mean, breaking it down as the country as a whole, most families now above 10, and that's just credit card debt.
Yeah. Well, and I spent, I like to tell people I spent probably 8 years paying off. I got stupid with credit cards, and a lot of that stuff is just not being very smart. And I ran up a lot of credit cards. I was able to get on top of them, get them paid off. I like to tell people I spent 8 years paying off a burrito and a tank of gas,
Right. Yeah.
And and the credit cards are the hardest thing to pay off, but it can be done. And when you get them paid off, and I carry one now, and you really have to discipline yourself. I've actually created a monster on the other side of it now. Instead of being a big freak for spending, now I'm probably tighter than I need to be on anything. My wife says it's almost like the opposite now. But it takes a lot of stress out of your life. But I don't doubt it on that whole credit card debt thing. But on the flip side of it, though, too, you were talking about what everybody was cutting back on. You think about it in these NFL games, there's 70,000 people in 16 stadiums every Sunday. That's over 1 million people right there that are filling those stadiums up. And I see a lot of people out traveling around, and these mall parking lots are all filled up and everything. So I don't really know what the truth is on the economy unless people are truly using their credit cards to try to live on now. It's just, to me, it doesn't seem like as bad as they make it out to be. But again, I'm not living in people's individual households either.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, you think, I have no idea what the cost of an NFL ticket is, but I mean, even some of these college games, and there's 70, 80, 90,000 filling some of those stadiums on a given Saturday.
Well, I grew up in Boulder, Colorado, and I've been a Colorado fan since I was a little kid, and we were going to go to the Nebraska game this year since they hired Coach Prime, and that was going to be the 100th anniversary of football at Folsom Field there in Boulder, Steve. And the minimum price on a ticket was $400, so we just decided to stay home and watch it on TV. But they're averaging right now for tickets, and they're on the low end of the spectrum. In Boulder, they're $510 for a ticket to go to a game.
I think I mentioned that last evening, that Colorado has actually surpassed, I believe it was Ohio State, for the most expensive college football tickets. Yeah, boy, oh boy. Hey, great to hear from you. Hey, the clock says we got to close it out here on a Wednesday. Have a great day. Be safe. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but